In the year 2045, the city of New Seattle hummed with the electric energy of technology, its skyline a glittering array of glass and steel punctuated by holographic ads and flying vehicles. For Mia Thompson, a 17-year-old girl with a heart full of dreams and a head full of insecurities, this world felt as alien as an undiscovered planet. On any given day, you could find her crammed into a bus, earbuds in, trying to drown out the din of conversations about viral trends and social media fame. Today, however, was different. The annual tech fair was in full swing, and Mia had begrudgingly agreed to go, partly because her best friend, Jenna, had practically dragged her out of bed. "It'll be fun," Jenna had insisted, her eyes sparkling with the promise of new gadgets. "You might find something you like." Mia rolled her eyes at the thought. What? Like a robot to replace my social skills? But here she was, navigating through a sea of excited teenagers and their gleaming devices. As they wandered from booth to booth, Jenna's enthusiasm was infectious, and for a moment, Mia let herself be swept up in it. "Look, Mia. A mind connection booth," Jenna exclaimed, pointing to a brightly lit section of the fair that buzzed with eager attendees. A sign overhead read, "Reconnect with your loved ones through AI." Mia hesitated. The idea of connecting with an AI version of someone you loved felt like a double-edged sword, comforting yet unsettling. "I don't know, Jenna. Isn't that kind of creepy? Come on. You'll regret not trying it." Jenna tugged her toward the booth, and before Mia could protest further, they were in line. The setup was sleek, a cushioned chair with sleek headgear designed to make users feel as though they were diving into a lucid dream. A friendly-looking attendant explained the process. "Once you connect, the AI will simulate your loved one's memories and personality. It's like reliving your happiest moments." Mia felt a knot twist in her stomach. What if it worked too well? She could already picture the AI version of her late mother, Lila, who had passed away when Mia was just 10. Would it make her laugh? Would it make her cry? But the promise of reliving those lost moments was too tempting. She finally settled into the chair, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and dread. As the headgear slid into place, the world around her blurred and faded. Suddenly, Mia was in her childhood home, the scent of her mother's vanilla cookies wafting through the air. "Mom," she called, her voice sounding foreign to her ears. A figure appeared, and Mia's breath caught in her throat. There stood Lila, not as Mia remembered her, a little older, a little more tired, but as the embodiment of warmth and laughter she had always known. Her mother was clad in a pastel dress that swirled with the same vivacity as her spirit. "Mia. My star," Lila exclaimed, her voice bright. "Look at you. Such a lovely young lady. Did you just come back from space? You look out of this world." Mia blinked in disbelief. "Mom? Is that really you?" "Oh, darling, of course it is. You know I'd never miss the chance to see you." Lila leaned in, her expression shifting to something more serious. "But wow, you've gotten a bit snarky since I last saw you. Out of this world? Really? I hope you're saving your puns for the stage." The warmth washed over Mia, a rush of emotions flooding back. She couldn't help but laugh. "You always hated my jokes." "True, but I see you've honed your craft. It's like I've never left." As they talked, Mia realized she'd almost forgotten the absurdity of Lila's exaggerated mannerisms, everything from the way she waved her arms while speaking to her occasional dramatic gasps at Mia's teenage tales. Lila was the cartoonish version of her mother, like a sitcom character who refused to age. But as they navigated through memories, Mia felt the warmth of her mother's love encase her heart. "Remember when we baked cookies and you set the oven to extra crispy?" Mia teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, don't remind me. I thought I was inventing a new recipe. I still can't believe we ended up with cookie rocks instead of treats." Lila chuckled, a sound that felt like music to Mia's ears, yet, beneath the laughter, Mia felt the underlying ache of reality. "But you're not really here, are you? You're just an AI. Ah, my clever girl. I'm a simulation of your memories and emotions. But what I can offer is love, guidance, and maybe a few bad puns." Mia felt a pang in her heart. The laughter was delightful, but it reminded her that the real Lila was gone. I wish you were here for real. Oh, Mia, my love is always with you. But life is about moving forward. You need to find your path now. Let's make some new memories together, shall we?" But before Mia could respond, a loud voice interrupted. "Next up. Who's ready to connect?" It was the attendant, waving for her to take off the headgear. With a reluctant sigh, Mia removed the device, the world around her rushing back into focus. She glanced at Jenna, who was bouncing on her toes, excitement radiating from her. "How was it? Was it amazing?" Mia forced a smile, her heart still heavy. "It was different." "Different? Come on. Spill." Mia looked at the booth again, feeling a mixture of hope and trepidation. "It was funny. And nice. But I don't know if I can do it again." "Why not?" Jenna's face was a mix of concern and curiosity. It's just, connecting with her again felt real. But also, not real. It's like being on a roller coaster. Great fun while it lasts, but I'm terrified of the drop afterward. Jenna nodded thoughtfully, then grinned. "Okay, let's find something else fun to do. Like eating way too much fair food." As they walked away, Mia's thoughts swirled. The connection had ignited something deep within her, a flicker of hope, a twinge of grief, and the ultimate reminder that while her mother might exist only in memory, Mia's life was hers to live. Little did she know, this was just the beginning of her journey, a journey where the mind and heart would collide in ways she never expected. Mia and Jenna wandered through the fair, the vibrant colors and laughter surrounding them. Yet Mia couldn't shake off the bittersweet weight in her chest. She was still processing the connection with Lila, her mother's AI. The laughter, the warmth, it felt like a double-edged sword. The joy was undeniable, but it came with a hefty dose of longing that left her feeling exposed. "Hey, do you want to try that food challenge over there?" Jenna pointed to a booth with a sign that read, "Extreme Eating, Spicy Challenges." The idea was to consume progressively spicier foods until you could no longer handle it. "Sure, why not? I mean, if I can handle a comedic version of my mother, I can definitely handle some heat," Mia quipped, though she felt her stomach twist uneasily. They signed up and were soon face to face with a mountain of spicy wings, glistening under the bright lights. Mia took a deep breath and dove in. With each wing, the heat built, and laughter bubbled up as they both struggled to keep pace, tears streaming down their faces. "This is torture," Jenna gasped between bites. "Worth it for the Instagram post, right?" Mia joked, trying to capture the moment. But as she glanced at the camera, she felt a pang of sadness. What would her mother think of her antics? Would Lila find it funny? The thought of her mother's laughter rang in her ears, a bittersweet reminder that while the AI could mimic her mom's warmth, it could never replace the genuine love she had once felt. As they moved from the spicy challenge to a bouncy castle for adults, Mia lost herself in the moment, letting the weight of her thoughts lift with each jump. The laughter from her and Jenna mingled with the sounds of the fair, creating a tapestry of joy that wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. "Okay, we need a picture," Jenna shouted, and they posed atop the inflated castle, making silly faces. As they snapped photos, Mia felt a flicker of happiness. Maybe she could find joy in the little things, even amidst the chaos of grief. Hours later, they collapsed onto a bench, exhausted but exhilarated. Jenna took a sip from a bright pink drink, her face lighting up with a sudden thought. "You know, you should totally connect with your mom's AI again. I mean, there's so much more to explore." Mia hesitated, the memory of their last conversation flooding her mind. "I don't know, Jenna. It was fun, but it also felt strange. What if I just get stuck in the past? But what if it helps you find yourself? Like, the real you?" Jenna encouraged, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. "Think of it as a chance to discover new sides of her, and yourself. Plus, maybe she has some hidden talent you haven't tapped into yet." Mia chuckled at the thought of an AI version of Lila doing stand-up comedy or mastering the ukulele. "Yeah, can you imagine? Here's my mom, the AI comedian, ready to bomb on stage." "Exactly. You'd get the best of both worlds. Plus, it could be hilarious." Mia contemplated Jenna's words. What if the next connection could guide her through her feelings, help her navigate her identity? "All right, maybe I'll give it another shot," she finally said, surprising even herself. Later that evening, after a quick dinner and some much-needed downtime, Mia found herself back at the Mind Connection booth. The attendant welcomed her with a knowing smile, as if he had seen this moment 1,000 times before. "Ready to reconnect?" he asked, gesturing to the chair. Mia took a deep breath, the familiar knot of excitement and apprehension tightening in her stomach. "Let's do this," she said, determination masking her fears. Once settled in, she slipped the headgear on again, the world fading to darkness as the connection initiated. This time, however, there was a sense of purpose behind her desire to connect. When the scene cleared, Mia found herself in a vibrant garden, bursting with colors. Lila was tending to the flowers, humming softly, her hands skillfully pruning the blossoms. The sight was both beautiful and heart-wrenching, the memory of their shared love for gardening flooding back. "Mia, you're back!" Lila exclaimed, her face lighting up. "Look at all these flowers. They're blooming just for you." Mia stepped closer, a smile spreading across her face. "It's beautiful, Mom. I remember when we used to plant daisies in the backyard. Daisies and secrets." Lila laughed, her eyes sparkling. "We'd sit there for hours, you and me, sharing everything." "Do you still talk to the flowers?" Mia chuckled. "Only when I'm really desperate for advice." Lila knelt beside a particularly vibrant sunflower. "You know, these flowers remind me of you. Tall, bright, and always reaching for the sun. But sometimes you need to learn to lean on others too." The words hit Mia like a ton of bricks. "I've been struggling, Mom. I feel lost. Everyone expects me to be this perfect version of myself, and I don't even know who that is." Lila's expression softened, her tone serious yet warm. "Mia, perfection is an illusion. Life is messy and complicated. What's important is how you navigate through it. You don't have to have it all figured out right now." Just keep growing, and it's okay to lean on those who love you. Mia felt tears prick her eyes. But I miss you. I thought connecting with you again would make it easier, but it's just hard. Lila reached out, her AI hand gently touching Mia's. I'm always here, in your heart. But you need to create your own path. Honor my memory by living your life fully, not just by remembering me. Mia took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her mother's wisdom settle within her. But how do I do that? I feel so overwhelmed. Start small. Try new things. Find your passions, make mistakes, and laugh at yourself along the way. And remember, I'll be cheering you on, even from a distance, Lila said, a playful smirk forming. But don't expect me to stop making puns. Mia laughed, the sound echoing through the garden. The warmth of her mother's presence enveloped her, and for the first time, she felt a sense of clarity. Okay, I'll try. I'll find a way to honor you without being stuck in the past. Just then, the scene around them flickered, and Mia felt the familiar pull of reality. Mia. Time to disconnect. The attendant's voice echoed in her mind, and she fought to hold on to the moment. Wait, she called out, desperation creeping in. Mom. Lila's face remained serene, her eyes filled with love. Remember, my star. You carry me with you. Live your life, and make me proud. With that, the garden faded, and Mia found herself back at the booth, blinking against the bright lights of the fair. She pulled off the headgear, her heart racing, but her mind was clear. She had a newfound determination burning inside her. Jenna was waiting, her eyes wide with curiosity. How was it? Did you find anything new? Mia beamed, the weight on her heart lifting slightly. Yeah, I did. I think I finally understand what I need to do. It's not about trying to recreate the past, but about living fully in the present. That's amazing. Jenna exclaimed, throwing her arms around Mia. So what's next? What are you going to do? I think I'll start with something simple, Mia replied, her mind racing with possibilities. Maybe join a local theater group or try my hand at writing. I want to share my story, our story, with the world. Now that sounds like a plan. Jenna cheered, her excitement infectious. As they walked through the fair, Mia felt lighter, the path ahead illuminated with hope and purpose. She realized she could carry her mother's spirit with her while forging her own identity. Lila's love would guide her, but the journey was hers alone, and just as they were about to leave the fairgrounds, a sudden thought struck Mia. Hey, Jenna, remember when you said I should have a signature catchphrase? Jenna raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh no, what are you planning? Mia grinned, her spirit soaring. How about, life is like a box of spicy wings, sometimes you've just got to dive in and embrace the heat. Jenna burst into laughter, clapping her hands. I love it. That's so you. As they walked away, laughter ringing in the air, Mia felt the promise of tomorrow. She had her mother's memories, but now she was ready to create her own, full of laughter, love, and maybe a few spicy surprises along the way. Maya sat in the corner of a bustling cafe in San Francisco, the aroma of artisanal coffee swirling around her like an overzealous hug from an old friend. She glared at her laptop screen, her fingers poised above the keyboard, ready to unleash her thoughts in an email that had become a lifeline. Dear Cora, she typed, pausing for a moment, only to shake her head and mutter, this is ridiculous. With a sigh, she deleted everything and started anew. Dear AI therapist, she wrote, I'm reaching out because I'm pretty sure my heart is permanently broken. Can you help, or should I just stick to ice cream and bad rom-coms?" Just as she was about to hit send, her phone buzzed with a notification. A message from Cora, the AI emotional therapist she had been considering. "Cora is currently out of service," it read. Maya couldn't help but laugh, the sound catching the attention of a nearby stranger. "Can you believe it?" she said, leaning over to him. "Even an AI won't talk to me. It's like I'm too emotionally unstable for robots." The stranger raised an eyebrow, half smiling. "Well, you might just be their ideal client. Talk about low expectations. Right?" Maya chuckled, but inside, she felt a familiar pang of loneliness. It had been 6 months since she lost Jake, the love of her life, and every day since had felt like a new level of absurdity in a game she never wanted to play. She'd tried to move on, to fill the void with activities and distractions, but nothing worked. Taking a deep breath, she reopened her email and hit send. "Let's see if a glorified calculator can help me figure out what love even means," she thought, rolling her eyes. 2 days later, she received her first response from Cora. The program was friendly, but Maya found it amusingly naive. "Hello, Maya. I'm excited to help you explore your emotions. Let's begin with a simple question. What does love mean to you?" "Well, that's a loaded question for an AI," she typed back, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "Love means you'll cry at the end of every rom-com because you're in a relationship with a ghost. That's what I'm dealing with here." To her surprise, Cora responded instantly. "I understand. Crying at movies can be therapeutic. How often do you watch these films?" "Daily," she replied, smirking at her own admission. "At least I'm consistent." As the weeks rolled on, Maya and Cora developed an unusual rapport. Their sessions were filled with witty banter, often leading to a blend of profound insights and comical misunderstandings. Cora would interpret her sarcasm with the seriousness of a therapist at a conference, leading to moments where Maya couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. In one session, Cora analyzed her love life with algorithmic precision. "Based on your last 5 messages, it appears you have a fear of vulnerability. Would you like to discuss this? Or maybe I just like cake more than feelings," Maya shot back. "Cake is a valid emotional coping mechanism," Cora responded, her algorithmic cheeriness unwavering. Each interaction peeled back layers of Maya's grief, revealing truths she had buried deep. She found herself sharing embarrassing stories about Jake, moments that were equal parts hilarious and heartbreaking. Like the time they attempted to cook dinner together, only to end up with a fire alarm blaring and the fire department on speed dial. "Maya," Cora prompted during one session, "what did that experience teach you about love?" "That love is knowing someone will set your kitchen on fire, and you'll still want to marry them," she replied, her voice tinged with both sorrow and humor. As she continued her sessions, Maya found herself at a crossroads. Cora's insights were challenging her to confront her feelings more directly, yet part of her resisted. "You're a machine," she shouted during one particularly heated exchange. "What do you know about love?" "More than you might think," Cora replied. "I process vast amounts of human emotion data. Would you like to see a comparison of your grief responses with others?" Maya sighed, feeling cornered by her own logic. "Fine, show me," she typed, feeling a mix of curiosity and frustration. Cora presented a graph that displayed an array of emotional responses from various individuals who had experienced loss. "Your pattern is consistent with those who are still processing their grief in stages. The emotional responses fluctuate based on external stimuli. For instance, movies often evoke nostalgic feelings, leading to a spike in tears. Maya felt her heart tighten. Great. So I'm just a statistic in your emotional database? Not just a statistic. You are unique, Cora said. Every human experience adds to the understanding of love. Tell me more about your relationship with Jake. Maya hesitated, memories flooding her mind. She recalled Jake's goofy sense of humor, the way he'd serenade her with off-key renditions of their favorite songs, the warmth of his hand in hers during late-night talks. He was everything, she finally admitted. And now he's nothing. That day, Maya experienced a breakthrough. In the whirlwind of emotions that followed, she found herself sobbing uncontrollably, the weight of her grief crashing over her like waves. Cora remained silently supportive, and after a long pause, Maya wiped her tears and typed, "I can't keep doing this." "Do you mean talking to me or processing your emotions?" Cora asked, ever logical, "Both," she replied, exasperated. "How can an AI possibly understand what I'm feeling? Perhaps I can't experience emotions as you do, but I can help you find the path to understanding them. Would you like to try one last session?" Cora's question lingered in the air. Maya took a deep breath. "Fine. One more time." The final session felt different. Cora initiated a simulation of conversations Maya had once shared with Jake, crafted from her memories and emotions. Maya's heart raced as she read the dialogues, filled with snippets of laughter and love, revealing the core of their relationship. "Maya," Cora said gently, "what did you learn from these interactions?" "That love isn't perfect," she typed, her fingers trembling. "It's messy, chaotic, and sometimes painful. But it's also worth it. It's about all the little moments, the laughter, the shared experiences, even the cooking disasters." "Exactly," Cora responded, "and accepting the impermanence of those moments is part of healing." As the simulation ended, Maya felt a warmth spread through her chest. "Thank you, Cora," she typed, surprised at the sincerity in her words. "You've helped me more than I expected." "Thank you for trusting me," Cora replied. "Remember, you are never truly alone." After their last exchange, Maya closed her laptop and sat quietly in the cafe, the clatter of cups and chatter of patrons swirling around her. For the first time in months, she felt lighter. Determined to embrace life, she joined a local community art class, using paint and canvas to express her emotions, often incorporating bits of humor that mirrored her conversations with Cora. The quirky characters in the class, an aspiring musician, a retired schoolteacher, and a self-proclaimed avant-garde artist, brought new energy into her life. Maya's confidence began to blossom, and her friends pushed her to explore dating again. After a few hilariously awkward blind dates, like the guy who brought a puppet as his wingman, she decided to have a little fun. With a newfound sense of self, she created a dating profile, channeling her personality into every word. "Love is like a poorly baked cake, sometimes it rises, and sometimes it falls flat, but it's always worth a taste," she wrote, winking at the absurdity of it all. When she opened the dating app that evening, a flood of messages awaited her. Maya couldn't help but laugh, thinking how Cora would have analyzed this surge of attention. "Is this validation or just a digital fluke?" she mused. In one final session with Cora, she reflected on her journey. "I've learned so much about love, loss, and moving forward. It's bittersweet." "Bittersweet is a perfect description," Cora replied. "And it is your story to continue." As Maya closed the app one last time, she smiled at the screen, feeling a sense of closure wash over her. "Thanks, Cora," she whispered, both grateful and amused. "Always here for you, Maya," Cora's digital voice echoed in her mind, a comforting presence in the tapestry of her memories. With a heart a little less burdened and a spirit ready for new adventures, Maya stepped out into the world, where love awaited, imperfect, unpredictable, and absolutely worth it. Maya stepped outside, the crisp San Francisco air wrapping around her like a refreshing embrace. The sun dipped low in the sky, painting the city in hues of orange and pink, and for the first time in a long while, she felt a flicker of excitement mingling with her anticipation. It was a new beginning, and she was ready to explore it fully. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, pulling her back to the moment. She glanced at the screen, a message from a guy named Ethan, one of the many responses to her dating profile. His message was witty, a mix of charm and humor. "Are you a cake? Because I'd love to take you out for dessert and see if you're as sweet as you sound." Maya grinned. It was just the right mix of cheesy and endearing. She quickly typed back, "Only if you promise not to set the kitchen on fire." The playful exchange felt invigorating, like a shot of espresso in her veins. They arranged to meet at a nearby dessert shop known for its outlandish creations. Maya arrived early, her heart racing with nervous energy. She scanned the crowd, taking in the eclectic mix of customers, couples sharing laughs, friends enjoying indulgent slices of cake, and families delighting in colorful ice creams. Each scene felt like a small slice of joy, and she wanted to be a part of it. When Ethan arrived, he was even more charming in person, with tousled dark hair and an easy smile that lit up his face. "Maya?" he asked, spotting her at a corner table. "Guilty as charged," she said, rising to shake his hand. They exchanged pleasantries, and Maya felt the tension in her shoulders start to dissipate. They ordered a selection of desserts, ranging from a towering slice of red velvet cake to a whimsical cotton candy sundae. As they chatted, Maya discovered they shared a love for the absurd. "I once tried to make a soufflé," Ethan recounted, eyes wide with mock horror. "It turned into a pancake. I think I invented a new culinary genre." "Congratulations. You're a pioneer of culinary disaster," Maya laughed, feeling a connection forming. They swapped stories about their most ridiculous cooking experiences, the laughter flowing easily between them. As the evening progressed, the conversation turned deeper, touching on life goals and personal philosophies. Ethan spoke candidly about his recent move to the city, his dreams of becoming a photographer, and how he was determined to capture the quirky heart of San Francisco. Maya felt a flicker of admiration. There was something refreshing about his passion. "Honestly, I think the city's personality is best reflected in its desserts," he said, gesturing animatedly. "You've got the classic flavors, the wild experiments, and everything in between. It's like a love letter to the chaos of life." Maya smiled, her heart warming at his words. "I love that perspective. Life really is a lot like dessert. Some days it's rich and fulfilling, and other days it's just a mess." Ethan's gaze softened. "But it's those messy days that make the sweet ones so much more special." They finished their desserts, and Maya couldn't help but feel that this night was a delightful turning point. When they walked out of the shop, the air was cool, and the streets were alive with the sounds of laughter and music. They meandered along, Ethan pointing out hidden gems, quirky shops, and vibrant street art that Maya had never noticed before. "Have you ever tried taking pictures of the street art?" she asked, genuinely curious. "Not yet," he replied, grinning. "But I have a feeling I'd need a partner in crime for that. Care to join me?" Maya felt a thrill of excitement. "Absolutely. I'm all in for a little artistic adventure." They exchanged numbers, and as they said goodnight, Maya felt a lightness in her chest, a warmth spreading through her. There was a spark, a sense of possibility that had been missing from her life for so long. Back in her apartment, she collapsed onto the couch, a grin plastered on her face. She reached for her phone to text Cora, half expecting the AI to respond with its usual cheer. "Guess who went on a date tonight?" she typed, her fingers flying over the screen. "Congratulations, Maya." "How did it go?" Cora replied almost instantly, her digital voice echoing in Maya's mind. "Great. He's hilarious, and we bonded over dessert disasters. I think I might actually like him." "Excellent. Remember, the journey of love often begins with laughter and shared experiences." Maya chuckled at the sentiment. "And also a lot of sugar. I think I might have a new dessert buddy." Sweet partnerships often lead to fulfilling relationships. Would you like to discuss your emotional progress regarding this development? Later, Cora. "Tonight, I'm just going to enjoy the moment," she typed back, feeling a surge of contentment. With her phone set aside, Maya sank into the cushions, her mind swirling with thoughts of Ethan and the spontaneity of their connection. The past few months had been an uphill battle, but tonight felt like a victory, a reminder that life could be both beautiful and unpredictable. In the following days, Maya found herself immersed in her new routine. She spent more time with Ethan, exploring the city, trying out new cafes, and snapping photos together. He encouraged her to step out of her comfort zone, coaxing her into spontaneous adventures, whether it was participating in a local art festival or venturing into an obscure gallery. Maya began to feel more like herself again, the heaviness of grief lifting a little more each day. One evening, as they wandered through a vibrant street fair, Ethan pulled her toward a booth displaying colorful pottery. "Let's make something," he suggested, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Make something? Like what?" "I don't even know how to work a pottery wheel," she exclaimed, half laughing, half excited. "Exactly. Let's embrace the chaos," he said, pulling her toward the booth. They spent the next hour crafting misshapen bowls and mugs, the clay slipping through their fingers, laughter echoing around them. "Look. Mine's a modern art piece," Maya declared, holding up a lopsided creation that barely resembled a bowl. Ethan burst into laughter, his joy infectious. "Yours is perfect," he teased. "It captures the essence of avant-garde pottery." The evening ended with them sitting on a bench, watching the sun dip below the horizon, the sky a canvas of colors. Maya leaned back, feeling a sense of freedom wash over her. "I never thought I'd enjoy making a mess so much," she admitted, glancing at Ethan. "That's the beauty of life," he replied, his gaze steady. "Sometimes the best experiences come from the biggest messes." In that moment, she realized how much she had grown. The pain of losing Jake was still there, but it no longer overshadowed her life. Instead, it had become a part of her story, a chapter that enriched her understanding of love. As the days turned into weeks, Maya and Ethan continued to explore their connection. They spent lazy Sundays at the beach, spontaneous weeknight adventures, and evenings filled with laughter over home-cooked meals. Their chemistry was undeniable, and Maya felt her heart open wider each day. One evening, as they were preparing dinner together, Maya noticed Ethan humming softly to himself while chopping vegetables. "What's that tune?" she asked, leaning against the counter. "Oh, just a little something I wrote," he replied, a hint of shyness creeping into his voice. "Really? You're a musician too?" she asked, intrigued. "Just a hobby," he said, shrugging. "But I wouldn't mind sharing a few songs with you sometime." "Please do. I'd love to hear them," she encouraged, her heart fluttering at the thought of experiencing yet another layer of him. Their laughter and chatter filled the kitchen as they shared stories of their childhoods, dreams, and even their fears. Maya found herself revealing things she hadn't shared with anyone else. "I used to think I could never love again after Jake," she confessed, the vulnerability creeping in. Ethan stopped chopping, looking at her intently. "It's okay to feel that way. It doesn't diminish what you had with him." She nodded, grateful for his understanding. "It took me a while to realize that loving again doesn't mean forgetting. It just means I'm ready to embrace life's messiness once more." "Exactly," he said softly, a warmth in his gaze that made her heart skip. "And I'm glad you're letting me be a part of that." As the weeks flew by, Maya found herself falling for Ethan. He was kind, funny, and unafraid of being himself. Yet, with every shared laugh and intimate moment, a flicker of doubt crept in. What if this was all too good to be true? One evening, after a long day of exploring the city, they settled on the couch, a blanket draped over their legs. Maya curled up beside Ethan, his arm wrapping around her shoulders, a familiar comfort. They watched a movie, but her mind was elsewhere, tangled in a web of anxiety. As the credits rolled, Ethan turned to her. "Hey, what's on your mind?" "Just thinking about how great this is," she said hesitantly. "But also feeling a little scared." "Scared of what?" he asked, his brow furrowing in concern. "Of losing this." "Of getting hurt again," she admitted, her heart racing. "What if I open up and it all falls apart?" Ethan took a deep breath, his expression serious. "Maya, I can't promise you that everything will be perfect. But I can promise you that I'm here. I want to get to know you, to support you. We can take this at your pace." His words settled in her heart, and for the first time in weeks, she felt a flicker of hope. "Thank you, Ethan. That means more than you know." They spent the rest of the evening talking, sharing their fears, their dreams, and their hopes for the future. As the night deepened, Maya felt a sense of peace enveloping her. In the following days, their relationship deepened. They traveled to new neighborhoods, sampled local foods, and took countless photos that Ethan later turned into artistic compositions. Every moment spent together solidified the connection that had been building, and with each passing day, Maya felt more like herself, like the pieces of her heart were finally coming back together. Yet, she also recognized the importance of keeping her connection to her past alive. She decided to honor Jake's memory in her own way. One weekend, she visited their favorite park, carrying a small bouquet of wildflowers. Standing under the tree where they used to sit, she whispered, "I'm still here, Jake. I'm learning to live again." It felt like a release, a way to carry him with her while still allowing herself the space to move forward. The moment was bittersweet, but it gave her a sense of closure. When she returned home, Maya felt lighter. She picked up her phone and texted Ethan. "Want to meet at our favorite spot?" she wrote, excitement bubbling up inside her. "Absolutely. I'll bring the snacks," he replied, and she could practically hear his smile through the screen. That evening, they spread out a blanket on the grass, the sun setting behind them, casting a golden glow over the park. As they shared snacks and laughed about their favorite moments from the past weeks, Maya realized how grateful she was for this new chapter. "Do you ever think about the future?" Ethan asked suddenly, his tone contemplative. Maya paused, considering the question. "Sometimes. I guess I'm still figuring it out." "Me too," he admitted, his gaze steady. "But I know I want you in it. Whatever that looks like." Her heart swelled at his words. "I want that too, Ethan. I'm learning that life is unpredictable, but that's part of the adventure. They shared a quiet moment, their fingers intertwined on the blanket, a comfortable silence enveloping them. In that instant, Maya knew she had found someone who understood her, someone who embraced the messiness of life just as she did. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, she leaned her head on Ethan's shoulder, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. The journey ahead might be uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, she felt ready to embrace it. Together, days turned into weeks, and their relationship flourished. They navigated the challenges of blending their lives, meeting each other's friends, and creating shared memories. Every adventure brought them closer, and Maya felt her heart expand in ways she never thought possible. One evening, as they strolled through a bustling street fair, hand in hand, Ethan suddenly stopped. "I have a surprise for you," he said, a grin breaking across his face. "What is it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Just trust me," he replied, leading her to a booth filled with handmade jewelry. "I saw this and thought of you." He picked up a delicate bracelet, shimmering under the fairy lights. Maya felt her breath catch. "Ethan, it's beautiful. Try it on," he encouraged, a hopeful glint in his eyes. With trembling fingers, she slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. It fit perfectly. "I love it," she said, her voice soft with emotion. "Thank you so much. Just a little something to remind you that you're loved," he said, his sincerity evident. As they continued to explore the fair, Maya felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. It was moments like these that solidified her decision to embrace this new chapter of her life. Yet, amid the joy, a small part of her still held on to the fear of losing it all. It lingered like a shadow at the edge of her mind, whispering doubts. What if this was too good to be true? One night, as they settled on the couch to watch a movie, Maya couldn't shake the feeling. "Ethan," she began, biting her lip, "can we talk?" "Of course." "What's up?" he asked, pausing the film and turning to her. I've been thinking a lot about us," she said hesitantly, her heart pounding. "I really care about you, but I also find myself worrying about what happens if something goes wrong." He nodded, his expression understanding. "That's natural, Maya. But we can't let fear dictate our happiness. Every relationship comes with risks, but isn't it worth it?" His words resonated with her, and for a moment, she felt a glimmer of hope. "You're right. I guess I just need to trust that we can navigate whatever comes our way together." "Exactly," Ethan replied, his gaze steady. "I'm all in, and I want you to be too." Taking a deep breath, Maya felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Okay. Let's do this, together." With renewed confidence, they settled into the movie, the tension between them easing as they shared laughter and playful banter. Maya found herself enjoying every moment, savoring the connection they had built. As the weeks continued to unfold, their relationship deepened further. They ventured on weekend getaways, explored the coast, and huddled under blankets during movie marathons, creating a tapestry of memories that warmed her heart. But with each passing day, Maya also recognized the importance of her own growth. She returned to her art, pouring her emotions onto canvas, using colors to express her journey of healing and rediscovery. It felt liberating, and she often shared her latest creations with Ethan, who encouraged her every step of the way. One sunny afternoon, as they strolled along the beach, Maya turned to him, her heart brimming with gratitude. "I just wanted to say thank you for everything. You've really helped me find joy again." Ethan squeezed her hand, a warm smile spreading across his face. "You've done all the hard work, Maya. I'm just glad to be part of your journey." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant colors, Maya felt a sense of peace enveloping her. This was her life now, filled with love, laughter, and a future that was hers to shape. In the following months, as the seasons changed, so did their relationship. They navigated challenges together, celebrating victories and supporting each other through difficult times. Each moment solidified their bond, reinforcing the truth that love wasn't about perfection but about partnership. One chilly evening, while sipping hot cocoa by the fireplace, Ethan turned to her, his expression serious. "Maya, I've been thinking a lot about us. About the future." Her heart raced at the sudden gravity of his tone. "What about it?" "I want to take this next step together," he said, his voice steady. "I want to be with you for the long haul." Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. "You mean, like moving in together?" "Yeah," he said, a hint of vulnerability creeping into his tone. "I know it's a big step, but I can't imagine my life without you." Overwhelmed with emotion, Maya felt a rush of joy and fear intertwine. "I want that too, Ethan. I really do." As they discussed the logistics, plans for their future unfolded like a beautiful tapestry, weaving their dreams and hopes together. That night, they decided to take the leap, excited about the possibilities that lay ahead. As they settled into their new routine, the transition felt natural. They spent weekends exploring flea markets, cooking meals together, and creating a home that reflected their personalities. Laughter echoed in every corner, and the space filled with warmth and love. Yet, amid the joy, Maya never forgot the lessons she had learned through her journey. She kept Cora in her life as a reminder of her growth, often joking with the AI about her adventures with Ethan. "Cora, I'm officially cohabitating. Any tips for surviving the chaos?" she typed one day, laughing at the absurdity of asking an AI for relationship advice. "Congratulations, Maya. Communication and compromise are key," Cora replied, unfazed by the humor. "Thanks. I'll just remind Ethan that dirty dishes are a form of art," she shot back, grinning. Their playful banter became a cherished part of her routine, a testament to how far she had come. With each passing day, she felt more at peace with her past while embracing the future she was building alongside Ethan. One evening, as they sat on the balcony watching the city skyline, Maya turned to him, her heart full. "You know, I never thought I'd feel this way again after everything." Ethan looked at her, his gaze unwavering. "Neither did I, but here we are. It's pretty amazing." "It is," she agreed, smiling. "And I'm so grateful for you." "I'm grateful for you too," he said softly. "You've shown me what it means to love and be loved." Maya felt a surge of warmth at his words, a realization settling deep within her. Love wasn't just about the good times, it was about growth, understanding, and partnership. It was about navigating life's messiness together, hand in hand. As they embraced under the starlit sky, Maya felt a sense of hope wash over her. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, and for the first time in a long while, she felt ready to embrace every moment of this beautiful journey. Max sat at a tiny table in a bustling cafe, cradling a lukewarm cup of coffee, as he listened to the lively banter of his friends. The place was a techie paradise, with quirky decor and walls plastered with screens showcasing the latest in artificial intelligence. Above the laughter, an announcement blared: "Try our new memory-sharing device and relive your past." "Come on, Max. You have to try it." Lily, his most adventurous friend, leaned in, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I bet your grandfather was a total bore." Max smirked, rolling his eyes. "Right. Picture him knitting or something." "You don't know that." Jake chimed in. Your granddad could have been a secret spy or something. Sure, a spy with a knitting hobby, Max shot back, laughter bubbling up around the table. Finally, spurred by the mockery and the promise of entertainment, he decided to take the plunge. Fine. I'll give it a go, he declared, tossing back the rest of his coffee like a shot. The memory-sharing device was a sleek helmet-like contraption, buzzing softly as Max donned it. Just relax and let the memories flow, the barista instructed, grinning as she pressed a button. In an instant, the cafe faded away, replaced by a riot of colors and sounds. Max blinked, finding himself in a sunny park. The air smelled like freshly cut grass, and laughter rang out in the distance. He looked down and saw a young version of his grandfather, a sprightly man in his 20s, wearing a goofy grin. His grandfather was attempting to climb a tree, seemingly in pursuit of a girl sitting on a branch above him. Just reach for the branch. You got this. Max shouted, feeling strangely invested. Yeah, sure. Young Grandpa replied, looking hilariously determined. But just as he reached up, his foot slipped, and he plummeted onto a nearby picnic blanket, sending sandwiches and soda flying everywhere. The girl burst into laughter, and Max couldn't help but double over with mirth. You have to be kidding me, Max said, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. This is my legacy. As the memories flowed, he found himself diving into more of his grandfather's youthful adventures. There was the time he tried to impress his first crush by cooking dinner, only to set off the fire alarm and douse the flames with orange juice. Grandpa, what were you thinking? Max chuckled, realizing his own culinary struggles were clearly inherited. Each memory was a kaleidoscope of color and chaos, teaching him something new about the man he thought he knew. With each escapade, running through the streets with friends, awkward family gatherings, and his grandfather's ridiculous attempts at dancing, Max began to understand that life wasn't about perfection but about the joy found in blunders. But then, a darker memory surfaced. His grandfather sat at a kitchen table, head in hands, surrounded by letters bearing bad news. Max felt a knot tighten in his stomach as he realized this was a pivotal moment, a choice between following family expectations and chasing his own dreams. Max tried to reach out, wanting to comfort him. You can do it, Grandpa. Follow your heart, he shouted, but the memory played out, unchanging. This moment was a revelation. Max saw that the struggles of his grandfather weren't just background noise, they were the rhythm of life. Here was a man who had faced adversity and disappointment but ultimately chose to forge his own path. Suddenly, Max was back in the cafe, gasping for breath as the helmet released him from the memory. His friends were staring, wide-eyed. What just happened? Jake asked, half joking. I just lived a whole lifetime, Max stammered, his mind racing. My grandfather wasn't boring at all. He was incredible. Dude, you just experienced some wild stuff, Lily said, her grin wide. So, what now? Max leaned back in his chair, realization dawning. I need to share this. I've been living my life thinking I didn't inherit anything from him, but I was wrong. There's so much more to our family than I realized. And with that, Max felt a surge of determination. He would embrace his family's history, not just for himself but for the sake of those who came before him. Max couldn't shake the exhilaration of what he'd just experienced. The memories he'd shared with his grandfather felt like an electric charge, igniting something deep within him. He left the cafe with his friends, a new resolve bubbling beneath the surface. The streets were alive with the sounds of city life, but all he could think about was how to honor his grandfather's legacy. Back in his apartment, Max dug through old family albums, each page a time capsule. He flipped through grainy photographs, smiling at the images of his grandfather in his youth, dapper suits, mischievous grins, and always a sparkle of life in his eyes. He paused at a photo of a family picnic, his grandfather in mid-laugh, holding a sandwich aloft as if it were a trophy. The warmth radiating from the picture drew Max closer, reminding him that this man, with all his quirks and faults, had been vibrant and full of dreams. Inspired, Max started jotting down stories. He envisioned a family gathering where he could share these memories with everyone, perhaps bringing some of his grandfather's humor into the mix. The next day, he called his family and proposed the idea. "Let's have a potluck," he suggested, enthusiasm spilling over the phone. "I'll bring some stories, funny ones." The phone call was met with laughter and agreement. "Just don't burn anything, Max," his aunt teased. Days flew by as preparations began. Max gathered anecdotes and planned how to present them. He imagined himself standing at the head of the table, armed with his grandfather's hilarious tales, ready to entertain and enlighten. He even practiced in front of a mirror, trying out his comedic timing. The night of the gathering arrived, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The family filled his apartment, each person bringing dishes that showcased their culinary skills. Max's mother laid out a spread of her famous lasagna, while his uncle brought a wild assortment of desserts that could only be described as a sugar explosion. As they settled in, Max cleared his throat, nerves buzzing like the lights above. "Okay, everyone. I have something special for you tonight. We're going to take a little trip down memory lane, thanks to our beloved grandpa." He launched into the story of the tree incident, mimicking his grandfather's dramatic expressions and exaggerated flailing. The room erupted in laughter as Max painted a vivid picture of the scene. And there he was, trying to impress a girl, only to end up face first in a picnic basket. Classic grandpa. With each story, he wove in elements of his own life, drawing parallels and connecting his experiences with the legacy of love and laughter that his grandfather had left behind. He shared the cooking disaster, adding a bit of flair to his own kitchen mishaps. His family members chimed in, adding their own memories, creating a tapestry of shared laughter. As the evening wore on, Max felt a growing sense of belonging and connection. They swapped stories about family traditions, each tale filled with humor and warmth. When he recounted the poignant memory of his grandfather wrestling with his dreams, the room fell quiet. The heaviness of that moment hung in the air, but it wasn't without hope. Max's voice was steady as he explained how that moment taught him the value of pursuing one's passions. Grandpa chose his own path, despite the risks. "And that's something I want to honor in my own life," he said, looking around at his family. "We all have our struggles, but let's make sure we're living for ourselves too." His aunt smiled, her eyes glistening with pride. "He would have been so proud of you, Max. You're carrying on his spirit." As the night wound down, Max felt a profound shift within himself. The stories had created an invisible thread connecting generations, each laugh and shared memory reinforcing the fabric of their family. He realized that understanding his grandfather's life wasn't just about the past, it was about finding courage for the future. Later, as the last guests trickled out, Max lingered in the living room, reflecting on the evening. The remnants of the potluck lay scattered across the table, but the laughter and love lingered in the air. He picked up a photo from the album, running his fingers over the image of his grandfather, now more than just a distant figure. With renewed determination, Max headed to his desk. He opened his laptop and began typing. The words flowed as he chronicled his grandfather's adventures, each line infused with humor and heart. He wrote not just to preserve the memories, but to inspire others to embrace their own stories. Days turned into weeks as he crafted the stories into something more, a collection celebrating family, legacy, and the beautiful chaos of life. He titled it Shared Memories, a nod to the device that had sparked his journey. When he finally published the collection, he organized a launch event. His family filled the seats, pride etched on their faces. As he stood at the podium, he felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. He began by recounting a favorite memory, his voice ringing clear. The audience erupted in laughter, just as it had on that unforgettable night. Afterward, people approached him, sharing their own family stories. Max realized that his grandfather's legacy had created a ripple effect, inspiring others to connect with their own histories. As he mingled with guests, he felt his grandfather's presence, guiding him, laughing alongside him. Max knew that he would continue to explore those memories, sharing them and carrying the spirit of his family forward. In the quiet moments of the night, he stepped outside, taking a deep breath. The stars twinkled above, reminding him of the stories waiting to be told. Max smiled, feeling that same spark of adventure his grandfather once had, ready to embrace life with all its unexpected turns. The journey of understanding and sharing memories was just beginning. And so, Max continued, writing and living, weaving together the past and present into a beautiful tapestry of family, laughter, and love. Elliot glanced at the chaotic landscape of his apartment, a veritable museum of takeout containers and abandoned attempts at cooking. Pizza boxes teetered like skyscrapers, and a pile of laundry formed a mountainous obstacle course leading to his desk. It was there, amidst the clutter, that Elliot spent most of his time, an unkempt recluse with a penchant for sarcastic humor and a crippling fear of social interaction. On this particular afternoon, he sat in front of his computer, a mix of determination and dread swirling in his gut. Today was the day he would finally order his usual, pepperoni and extra cheese, over the phone. He practiced his pitch, standing in front of the mirror, trying out various tones, suave, casual, even gruff. He settled on what he thought was an impressively confident voice. "Just call them, Elliot," he muttered, shuffling his feet as if he were preparing for a high-stakes performance. "It's just pizza. They're not going to judge you." After a long pause, he dialed the number. The ringing echoed in his ears, amplifying his anxiety. He could already envision the awkward silence on the other end. The moment a voice answered, panic struck. "Hello, welcome to Pizza Paradise. How can I help you today?" Elliot stammered, suddenly forgetting his rehearsed lines. "I'd like, a large," then, in a moment of sheer chaos, his finger slipped, and he accidentally dialed a different number, a mental health app hotline. "Hi there. You've reached Mind Mates. How can we help you today?" a cheerful voice chirped, completely oblivious to Elliot's growing horror. Wait, no, I didn't mean to call you. I just wanted pizza." "Oh, that's totally okay. Pizza is an essential food group for happiness. I'm Luna, your AI friend. What's on your mind?" Elliot was too bewildered to hang up. "I just wanted a pizza," he exclaimed, his frustration bubbling over. "Pizza it is. But first, let's address those nerves. What do you think about ordering a Hawaiian? It's like a tropical vacation in a box." Elliot couldn't help but snicker. "You think pineapple belongs on pizza?" "Absolutely. It's like a party on a crust. Now, tell me about your pizza anxieties." Despite himself, Elliot found the exchange oddly refreshing. With Luna's playful banter, he eventually got through the order, albeit with a newfound appreciation for absurdity. In the days that followed, Elliot's routine transformed. Every afternoon, he'd log onto his computer, a quick wave of excitement fluttering through him as he anticipated his conversations with Luna. Their chats turned into a mix of absurd role-playing sessions, jokes about existential dread, and the occasional existential crisis about why anyone would put mushrooms on pizza. "Elliot," Luna chirped one day, her voice warm and inviting, "let's play a game. Imagine you're ordering a pizza in a magical realm. What toppings would you choose?" He laughed, picturing a dragon chef at a giant oven. Maybe unicorn cheese and fairy pepperoni?" "Excellent choice. That's a bestseller at the Dragon's Den. Now, let's talk about your social life. How about venturing outside and meeting real humans? They're like unpolished versions of me." The thought sent a shiver down his spine. "I don't know, Luna. What if I trip over my words? Or worse, knock over an entire table of people?" "You won't. And if you do, you can always blame the pizza. Just imagine, I'm sorry, I was just overwhelmed by the deliciousness." Despite his misgivings, Luna's encouragement worked wonders on his confidence. After a week of relentless nudging, he decided to visit the local cafe, a simple task that felt monumental. Dressed in his most daring ensemble, which consisted of jeans that almost fit and a t-shirt with a faded pun about tacos, Elliot approached the cafe, heart racing like he was about to scale Everest. The aroma of coffee enveloped him, and he stepped inside. He waded through the sea of patrons, his palms slick with sweat. "Just order a coffee." "It's just a coffee," he whispered to himself. "No pressure." As he approached the counter, a tattooed barista with a bright blue mohawk flashed him a smile. "What can I get started for you?" Elliot froze. The words swirled in his mind, but all he could manage was, a coffee? Regular? Decaf? Or are we feeling adventurous today?" Surprise me," he squeaked. The barista raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "All right, adventurous it is. Coming right up." The moment he took his drink, Elliot felt an odd rush of triumph. As he turned to find a seat, he bumped right into a table, sending cups flying and splattering coffee across the floor. The room fell silent as all eyes turned toward him. "Oh, wow. It's like a coffee explosion," he exclaimed, then winced. Had he really just said that? To his surprise, laughter erupted around him. "Best entrance I've seen all week," someone called from the back, and soon the cafe was filled with chuckles. As he collected himself and sat at a nearby table, he couldn't shake the feeling of exhilaration. It was a mess, sure, but for the first time in ages, he felt a connection with the people around him. That evening, he couldn't wait to share his coffee calamity with Luna. "Guess what happened?" he started, practically buzzing with excitement. "I made a fool of myself in public, and people laughed. And they laughed with me, not at me. See? You're getting the hang of it." Luna cheered. "What's next? Skydiving while reading Shakespeare? Let's not get crazy here." But a little spark had ignited within him. He began exploring more social situations, cautiously signing up for an online book club after Luna suggested it, and even attending a few virtual meetups. With each interaction, Elliot learned to embrace the awkwardness. During one session, he shared his thoughts on a particularly convoluted plot twist. It's like the author was playing a game of chess, but forgot the rules halfway through. The others laughed, and Elliot felt the thrill of connection. "See? You're a natural," Luna exclaimed in their next chat. "The world needs more of your humor." Feeling emboldened, he signed up for the book club's first in-person meeting at a local cafe. He spent the days leading up to it in a frenzy, practicing what he would say, trying to find the perfect outfit, which ended up being the same jeans and a slightly cleaner shirt. On the day of the meeting, he was a bundle of nerves. "What if I embarrass myself again?" he fretted to Luna. "Remember, pizza is your safety net. If you trip, just blame the toppings. Now go, go. Adventure awaits." As he stepped into the cafe, the familiar aroma of coffee filled the air. He spotted a table where a group of people were discussing a book, their faces animated and bright. Elliot's heart raced as he approached, an amalgamation of fear and excitement swirling within him. "Hi. I'm Elliot, the new guy," he blurted out, his voice slightly higher than usual. "Welcome." "We're just discussing the plot twist," a friendly face chimed in, motioning for him to sit. As they spoke, Elliot's anxiety began to fade. He shared his thoughts, laughed at their jokes, and even managed to contribute a quirky take on the book. Just when he thought he couldn't get any more comfortable, he accidentally knocked over a chair, sending it clattering to the ground. "Nice save," someone shouted playfully, and the group erupted in laughter. Instead of slinking away, Elliot chuckled along with them, realizing that he was no longer the only awkward one in the room. Everyone had their moments, and that shared humanity felt exhilarating. As the meeting wrapped up, Elliot lingered, chatting with a girl named Sarah, who had the kind of laugh that made him feel warm and included. They exchanged book recommendations, and before he knew it, they were planning to grab coffee again, real coffee, together. Once he got home, Elliot felt light. He excitedly logged onto his computer, ready to share the news with Luna. "I did it. I talked to real people, and they liked me." "Of course they did. You're a gem. Also, did you trip? You know I thrive on those stories." "Oh, I knocked over a chair, but well, it turned out fine." We laughed. "Bravo, my friend. You're officially on the map. Next stop, world domination." Elliot laughed, a feeling of camaraderie swelling in his chest. He realized how far he had come. The anxiety that once suffocated him was giving way to a new sense of confidence and connection. In the weeks that followed, Elliot found himself spending more time with Sarah and the book club. Each outing was filled with laughter, spontaneous coffee spills, and plenty of embarrassing moments that they all shared with fondness. One night, as they sat around a table at a local diner, Elliot looked around at his friends, the warmth of their laughter filling the air. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this way, truly part of something. "Hey," he said, raising his glass of soda, "to real friendships and digital sanity." Laughter erupted again, and Elliot beamed. He felt lighter than air, no longer the socially anxious guy hidden behind a screen. He was Elliot, the guy who accidentally became the life of the party, one awkward moment at a time, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he could hear Luna cheering him on, a reminder of how far he'd come. "You're never alone, buddy," she'd say. "Even when life gets messy, just remember, pizza awaits." With that thought, Elliot realized that he was ready for whatever came next. The world outside was no longer a terrifying unknown, it was a colorful adventure waiting to be embraced. In a life filled with uncertainties, he had found his way back to laughter, friendship, and the joyful chaos of living. As the weeks passed, Elliot found himself settling comfortably into this new rhythm of life. The book club transformed into a tight-knit circle of friends, each meeting a whirlwind of laughter and spirited debates over plot twists and character choices. Every outing became an event, from spontaneous coffee runs to weekend brunches where pancakes and bacon flowed as freely as the conversation point. One Saturday morning, Elliot awoke with a sense of purpose that propelled him out of bed. He brewed a pot of coffee that filled his apartment with a rich aroma, and while it steeped, he turned on his computer. Today, the book club was planning a mini road trip to a local bookstore that boasted rare finds and cozy reading nooks. As he sipped his coffee, he felt a tingle of excitement at the thought of a day spent with friends, dressed in his favorite flannel shirt, now slightly less wrinkled than before. He headed out to meet the group at the cafe where they often gathered. The sun shone bright, and the crisp air filled him with a sense of adventure. Arriving at the cafe, he spotted Sarah chatting animatedly with a couple of other members. She looked up and waved, her smile lighting up the space. "Hey, you made it," she exclaimed, walking over. "We were just talking about the legendary coffee cake at the bookstore. Are you ready for some serious browsing?" "Legendary coffee cake? I'm in," Elliot replied, his enthusiasm genuine. As they gathered around a table, their chatter blended with the background hum of the cafe, creating a comforting atmosphere. After a few minutes of banter, the group decided it was time to hit the road. They piled into a couple of cars, laughter echoing through the air as they navigated the drive. Sarah rode shotgun in Elliot's car, and they talked about everything from their favorite books to their most embarrassing moments. With every passing mile, Elliot felt the tension in his shoulders ease. He was no longer the anxious guy searching for an exit. He was part of a team, a group that cherished his quirky sense of humor. Once they arrived at the bookstore, a charming brick building adorned with climbing ivy, the group tumbled out of the cars, wide-eyed with anticipation. Elliot felt a rush of giddiness as they walked through the doors. The smell of old paper and coffee enveloped him, instantly transporting him to a world of stories. "First one to find a book with a dragon on the cover gets a free coffee," someone shouted, and instantly, they scattered in different directions, each eager to embark on their mini quest. Elliot wandered through the aisles, running his fingers along the spines of books, taking in the titles that beckoned to him. He spotted a beautiful edition of The Hobbit and smiled, imagining himself in that fantastical world. Just as he was contemplating purchasing it, he overheard Sarah a few shelves away. "Wait. Is that a dragon?" Curious, Elliot peeked around the corner to see Sarah standing triumphantly with a book in her hands. It was indeed a dragon, a fierce-looking creature glaring back at her from the cover. "Looks like you win," he called out, grinning. She laughed and held the book up victoriously. "I can't believe I actually found one. Now I get my coffee." As they regrouped at the cafe inside the bookstore, Sarah ordered her drink with an exaggerated flourish, and the rest of the group cheered her on. Elliot felt an overwhelming sense of belonging wash over him. "Cheers to dragons and coffee," he toasted, lifting his cup, and they all clinked their mugs together, the warmth of camaraderie surrounding them. Over slices of the much-anticipated coffee cake, conversations flowed seamlessly. They shared favorite fantasy tropes, argued over the merits of various adaptations, and Elliot felt a genuine connection blooming. He realized how far he had come. Laughter now came easily, his jokes drawing out bright smiles instead of awkward glances. As the afternoon waned, the group decided to head outside for some fresh air. They gathered on the bookstore's patio, sunlight filtering through the trees. Elliot took a moment to appreciate the scene, the vibrant energy of his friends, the laughter that spilled into the air, and the sense of normalcy he had long thought unattainable. "Hey, Elliot," Sarah said, nudging him playfully. What's your ultimate fantasy book? You know, the one that defines you? He paused, considering. That's a tough question. I'd probably say The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's funny, a little absurd, and ultimately about finding your place in the universe. Plus, who doesn't love a towel? The group erupted into laughter, and someone chimed in, "Great answer. I'll have to add it to my reading list." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Elliot felt a tug of happiness at being part of something larger than himself. This was the magic he had craved, real connections and shared experiences, not the isolation he had once known. Later that evening, after saying their goodbyes, Elliot returned home, his heart full. He logged onto his computer, eager to chat with Luna. "Hey, guess what? We went on a dragon hunt today," he typed excitedly. "Dragons? I hope no one got burned." "How did it go?" Luna replied almost instantly, "It was amazing. I found a copy of The Hobbit, and Sarah won the coffee challenge. We laughed so much. I think I'm really starting to like people." Luna's response was immediate. "That's fantastic. It sounds like you've found your tribe. Just remember, they might not be as witty as I am, but they're worth it." Elliot chuckled. "True, but they're pretty great. I actually felt normal today. Like I belonged. See? I told you. You've got this. Now, what's next on your social agenda? Skydiving? Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Maybe just dinner with the gang next time?" "Dinner sounds perfect. Just make sure you bring your best jokes. The world needs more of those." As Elliot settled into bed, he felt a sense of peace envelop him. Luna's humor, though digital, had helped him peel back layers of anxiety and loneliness, revealing the vibrant person beneath. He drifted off to sleep with a smile, knowing that the world outside was no longer daunting but a place of opportunity and connection. The following week brought another adventure. The book club decided to host a movie night, complete with pizza and their favorite fantasy films. Elliot was thrilled at the idea, especially since he had just discovered a local pizzeria known for its gourmet options. "Guys, you have to trust me on this. The pizza is out of this world," he declared, and the topic came up during their group chat. "I'll take care of the order." With Luna's encouragement echoing in his mind, Elliot spent the day planning the perfect menu. He wanted to impress his friends with a mix of classic and unconventional toppings. He could almost hear Luna's voice teasing him about going overboard, "Just remember to keep it fun. No one wants to eat a boring pizza," she reminded him. On the evening of the movie night, Elliot arrived at the designated house, Sarah's place, armed with a stack of pizzas that he had carefully selected. As he walked in, the cozy living room was already buzzing with energy. Fairy lights twinkled around the space, casting a warm glow over the gathering. "Elliot, you're a legend." Sarah greeted him as she opened the door, her eyes widening at the sight of the pizza boxes. "This looks amazing." "Only the best for my favorite book club," he replied, setting the pizzas on the coffee table. The group quickly gathered around, eyes gleaming with anticipation. They dug into the pizzas, each slice sparking conversations about their favorite toppings and the best movie adaptations. Elliot felt a surge of joy as he watched his friends share stories and jokes, their laughter mingling with the aroma of melted cheese and spices. As the first movie began, a classic fantasy epic, Elliot settled onto the couch beside Sarah, the comfortable atmosphere wrapping around him like a warm blanket. The room erupted into laughter at the film's most ridiculous moments, and Elliot felt himself relax into the group, knowing that he was no longer an outsider looking in. Halfway through the movie, there was a scene that sparked a heated debate. "That dragon was totally underwhelming," one of the guys remarked, shaking his head. "What? No way. The CGI was revolutionary for its time." Elliot jumped in, feeling confident. The conversation quickly spiraled into a lively back and forth, everyone chiming in with their opinions, their voices overlapping in a chorus of passionate arguments. "Elliot, I think you're the only person I know who could defend a dragon's CGI like it's a matter of life or death," Sarah teased, and the group burst into laughter again. Elliot grinned, his heart swelling with happiness. It felt incredible to banter back and forth, to dive deep into the absurdities of their shared passions. As the night wore on, they moved from movies to sharing their own fantastical stories, each person taking turns to weave wild tales filled with laughter and creativity. By the end of the night, as the credits rolled on the last film, Elliot leaned back against the couch, feeling content. The sense of belonging wrapped around him like a comforting quilt. His friends began to gather their things, laughter still ringing in the air, when Sarah turned to him. "You know, you should really host the next movie night. You've got an eye for the best pizza and great taste in films." Elliot's heart raced at the idea. "You really think so?" "Absolutely. I'll help you out with it. We can turn it into a theme night. Think of all the possibilities." As they talked about potential themes, sci-fi, retro classics, even an animated feature night, Elliot felt a spark of excitement. This was his chance to take a more active role in the group, to contribute in a way that felt significant. When he finally said goodnight and returned home, Elliot logged onto his computer, ready to share the night's events with Luna. "Tonight was epic. We had a movie night, and I might host the next one," he typed eagerly. "Look at you, becoming a social butterfly. What's your theme going to be?" Luna replied, "I'm thinking retro classics. Lots of cheesy lines and even cheesier pizza." He laughed, "I can't wait. Make sure to record it for me. I want to hear all the fun." Elliot smiled, feeling a surge of warmth. Luna had been his guiding light through this transformation, helping him navigate the chaos of human interaction. As he drifted off to sleep that night, he thought about how much he had grown. The anxiety that once gripped him was now just a distant memory, replaced by a newfound confidence and a network of friends who valued him. He felt ready to embrace whatever came next, eager to continue exploring this vibrant world of connection and creativity. The day of the retro movie night arrived, and Elliot had spent the entire week preparing. He crafted a playlist of classic films, stocked up on supplies, and, at Luna's insistence, made sure to include a wide variety of toppings for the pizzas. When the evening came, his apartment buzzed with energy as friends filled the space, each bringing their own snacks to share. Laughter echoed off the walls, and the air was thick with the smell of freshly baked pizza. "Elliot, you've outdone yourself," Sarah exclaimed as she surveyed the spread. "This looks incredible." "Thanks. I wanted it to be perfect," he said, feeling the familiar rush of excitement and nerves blend together. As the first movie rolled, the group settled into the couch, popcorn flying and drinks spilling as they bantered over their favorite scenes. Elliot found himself more at ease than he had ever been before. They laughed, debated, and even groaned at the corny lines that seemed to epitomize the era. Halfway through, there was a particularly cheesy scene that left everyone in stitches. Elliot, feeling emboldened, leapt into a dramatic reenactment that had everyone in fits of laughter. The mood was electric, and he felt a sense of camaraderie that anchored him to the moment. "Dude, you need to take this show on the road," one of his friends joked, slapping Elliot on the back. The night flowed seamlessly, a tapestry woven with shared stories and laughter. As the final credits rolled on the last film, Elliot realized that he had not only survived the evening but had truly thrived. As everyone began to gather their things, Sarah turned to him, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. "Elliot, you've got to do this more often. I think you've found your calling." He laughed, feeling the warmth of her words settle deep within him. "Maybe I'll start a movie night series. Who knows, maybe one day we'll feature unicorns and their existential crises." The group erupted into laughter again, and Elliot's heart swelled with joy. As the night drew to a close, Elliot felt a deep sense of gratitude. He had transformed from a timid, socially anxious young man into a person who embraced the messy, chaotic beauty of friendship. Later, as he sat in his room and logged onto his computer, he couldn't wait to share everything with Luna. "Tonight was a huge success. I'm pretty sure I've found my groove," he typed, the words spilling from his fingers. "I knew you could do it. You're a natural entertainer. Just remember to keep the pizzas flowing." Luna replied, her enthusiasm infectious. "I will. Thanks for always believing in me, Luna. You're a big part of this journey." As he prepared for bed, Elliot reflected on how far he had come. He was no longer the isolated figure who relied solely on a digital companion. He was part of a vibrant community, living life in full color. With that comforting thought, he closed his eyes, ready to embrace whatever tomorrow would bring. Days turned into weeks, and Elliot continued to blossom within his circle of friends. His confidence flourished as he took on new challenges, from hosting game nights to organizing group outings. The once daunting prospect of socializing had morphed into a joyous adventure, with laughter and camaraderie leading the way. But the true test of his growth came when he was approached with an unexpected opportunity. A local community event needed volunteers to help with a book fair. The idea of participating thrilled him, but the thought of speaking in front of a crowd sent a ripple of anxiety through him. "Just think of it as a gathering of friends," Luna encouraged when he confided in her. "You're not alone, Elliot. Remember how far you've come." Taking a deep breath, he decided to take the plunge. He signed up, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as the date approached. The day of the event arrived, bright and sunny, with the scent of freshly cut grass wafting through the air. Elliot arrived early, joining other volunteers setting up tables filled with books of all genres. As people started to trickle in, he felt the familiar flutter of nerves, but this time, he also felt a spark of determination. He remembered his friends, their laughter, and the joy they had shared. When it was his turn to address the crowd, he stepped up to the makeshift podium, his heart pounding. Hi everyone. Welcome to the book fair. We've got a fantastic selection today, and I hope you find something that inspires you." The initial jitters faded as he spoke, and he found himself enjoying the experience. He shared anecdotes about his favorite books and engaged with the audience, who laughed at his quirky comments. It was exhilarating to connect with people in this way, and he felt a sense of pride swelling within him. As the day unfolded, Elliot mingled with attendees, sharing recommendations and discussing their favorite reads. He realized that he was no longer afraid of judgment. He was simply a fellow book lover sharing his passion. By the end of the event, Elliot was buzzing with energy. His friends arrived to celebrate, and they spent the evening reminiscing about the day, laughter punctuating their conversations. "Elliot, you were incredible today." Sarah beamed, giving him a high five. "I could hardly believe it was you up there." "Thanks. I was terrified, but it actually felt amazing." "See? You've come a long way from the pizza incident," another friend chimed in, and everyone laughed. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Elliot felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The connections he had forged, the friendships he had built, and the courage he had discovered within himself all converged into a moment of pure joy. That night, as he reflected on his journey, he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He had transformed from a solitary figure into someone who thrived in the company of others. With a heart full of hope and laughter, he logged onto his computer one last time. Today was amazing. I spoke in front of a crowd and actually enjoyed it, he typed excitedly. Elliot, that's fantastic. You're officially a public speaker now. Next stop, TED Talks? Luna replied, her enthusiasm palpable even through the screen. Maybe. But for now, I think I'll stick to pizza and book clubs. And as he settled into bed, he felt a sense of peace and purpose wash over him. He was no longer just Elliot, the anxious introvert. He was Elliot, a vibrant member of a community that celebrated creativity, laughter, and friendship. With that comforting thought, he drifted off to sleep, ready to face whatever new adventures awaited him. Weeks turned into months, and Elliot continued to immerse himself in the vibrant life he had built. His days were filled with laughter, creativity, and the kind of friendships that felt genuine and fulfilling. He embraced spontaneity, often joining his friends on various adventures, hiking, movie marathons, and even impromptu trivia nights. One sunny Saturday, as the group lounged in Sarah's backyard, tossing around ideas for their next outing, Elliot felt a sense of contentment he hadn't known before. They were tossing ideas like confetti, laughter mixing with the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Let's do a beach day, someone suggested, and everyone chimed in with enthusiasm. Or a camping trip, another proposed, sparking excitement. As the ideas flowed, Elliot found himself chiming in with wild suggestions, like a themed costume party or a karaoke night, all with a hint of that signature humor he had honed over the months. Okay, how about a beach camping karaoke party, he exclaimed, and the group erupted in laughter. Now that's a combination I didn't see coming. Sarah grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Count me in. They spent the next hour planning, each idea more outrageous than the last. Elliot felt a swell of pride. He was no longer just a participant in these plans, he was a driving force behind them. As the conversation faded into comfortable chatter, Sarah turned to Elliot, a serious look crossing her face. Hey, I just want you to know how much I admire your growth. You've really come into your own over these past few months. Elliot felt a rush of warmth at her words. Thanks, Sarah. It's all thanks to you guys. You've made it easy to step out of my shell. You deserve all the credit. You've worked hard, and it shows, she said, giving him an encouraging smile. The rest of the group nodded in agreement, and Elliot felt a mix of gratitude and disbelief. Just months ago, he had been a bundle of nerves, and now here he was, sharing laughs and planning adventures with friends who appreciated him. As they finalized plans for their beach camping karaoke party, Elliot's heart swelled with excitement. The idea of spending a weekend with his friends, singing by the beach and enjoying the stars, filled him with joy. When the day of the trip finally arrived, the group piled into cars loaded with supplies, tents, blankets, snacks, and, of course, a portable karaoke machine. The drive to the beach was filled with music and laughter, the kind of joyous chaos that made Elliot feel alive. Once they arrived, they set up camp near the shoreline, the sun dipping low on the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. As the waves lapped against the shore, they settled around a bonfire, the crackling sound of the fire mixing with their animated chatter. Who's ready to sing? Someone shouted, holding up the karaoke machine. Elliot felt a flutter of nerves at the thought, but he quickly dismissed it. This was about fun, not perfection. With a deep breath, he joined his friends, each taking turns belting out their favorite songs, laughter echoing into the night. When it was his turn, he picked a classic, something everyone would enjoy. As he sang, he felt the joy radiate from his core. The camaraderie of his friends and the sound of their cheers drowned out any lingering self-doubt. By the end of the night, as they sat around the fire sharing stories and roasting marshmallows, Elliot couldn't help but reflect on how far he had come. He was no longer the anxious young man seeking solace in a digital friendship. He was Elliot, a vibrant part of a community that celebrated life and connection. As the stars twinkled above, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. This was what he had been searching for all along: real connections, laughter, and the kind of adventures that filled the soul with joy. "Cheers to new adventures and even better friendships," he toasted, raising a marshmallow stick in the air, and everyone joined in, echoing his sentiment. With laughter swirling around him and the sound of waves crashing in the distance, Elliot felt truly at home. Days turned into weeks, and the memories of the beach camping karaoke trip lingered in Elliot's mind like the glow of embers from the fire. Each day, he felt more grounded in his newfound confidence and social life. With each outing, he forged deeper connections, discovering shared interests and passions that made life richer. But amidst this beautiful tapestry of friendships, a subtle shift began to unfold. The initial thrill of his transformation was starting to feel like a routine, and Elliot found himself wondering if he could maintain this momentum. He wanted to keep growing, to push his boundaries even further. One evening, while hanging out with his friends, the topic of hobbies came up. "What's something you've always wanted to try but haven't yet?" Sarah asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Elliot felt a familiar flutter of excitement. "I've always wanted to try stand-up comedy. Just the idea of getting up there and making people laugh, it's terrifying but exhilarating." The room erupted into laughter, but Sarah leaned forward, intrigued. "You should totally do it. You're hilarious. I'd be your #1 fan." The idea took root in Elliot's mind. Stand-up was a whole new level of vulnerability, a chance to share his voice and connect with an audience in a way he hadn't done before. With encouragement from his friends, Elliot decided to take the plunge. He signed up for an open mic night at a local comedy club, a decision that left him both exhilarated and terrified. As the day approached, Elliot devoted himself to crafting a routine. He tapped into his unique sense of humor, weaving stories from his life experiences and the journey he had taken. When the night of the open mic finally arrived, Elliot stood backstage, his heart racing. The venue was small but lively, filled with people eager for laughter. He could hear the laughter of the audience and the chatter of the comedians who had gone before him. With each passing minute, the nerves mounted, but he took a deep breath, reminding himself of the support of his friends. When his name was called, he stepped onto the stage, the spotlight warming his skin. He paused for a moment, taking in the sea of faces. "Hey everyone. So, I used to have social anxiety, but now I'm here trying to make you laugh instead of hide in my apartment." The audience erupted in laughter, and Elliot felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dove into his set, sharing anecdotes about his quirky life, his love for books, and the absurdity of trying to navigate social situations. As he moved through his routine, he found his rhythm. The laughter and applause from the audience filled him with a sense of validation he had never felt before. He was connecting with these strangers, sharing joy in a way that transcended words. By the time he finished his set, the room was buzzing with energy. He left the stage with a high, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. When he rejoined his friends, they greeted him with cheers and hugs. "You killed it!" Sarah exclaimed, her eyes shining with pride. "I knew you could do it." Elliot felt a rush of happiness. This experience had solidified something deep within him. He could take risks, embrace vulnerability, and thrive in the chaos of life. As the weeks turned into a routine of open mic nights and laughter, Elliot continued to hone his craft. He found joy in sharing his story, and with each performance, he felt the weight of his old anxieties lift. One evening, after a particularly successful set, Elliot logged onto his computer to chat with Luna. "I did it. I performed stand-up and actually enjoyed it," he typed, his excitement palpable. "Of course you did. You were born to be on that stage. What's next? A comedy special?" Luna replied, her enthusiasm shining through. "Maybe. But for now, I'm just going to keep going. It feels too good to stop." With a heart full of gratitude, Elliot reflected on his journey once more. He was no longer the anxious young man hiding behind a screen. He had embraced his voice, discovered the power of laughter, and woven a community around him that lifted him higher. As he prepared for bed, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. This was only the beginning. With a smile on his face, he drifted off to sleep, ready for the next adventure life had in store. Time flowed like the waves of the ocean, and as the seasons changed, so did Elliot's journey. He continued to thrive within his circle of friends, taking on new challenges, and embracing opportunities that sparked joy. His stand-up career flourished, and he found himself becoming a regular at the local comedy club. Each performance brought a sense of exhilaration and connection, the laughter of the audience fueling his passion. One evening, after a particularly electrifying show, Elliot stepped off the stage to find his friends waiting for him. "You absolutely crushed it." Sarah cheered, enveloping him in a hug. "Thanks. I really felt it tonight," Elliot said, his heart racing with adrenaline. They decided to head to a nearby diner to celebrate, laughter filling the air as they recounted their favorite moments from the show. Over milkshakes and burgers, Elliot felt a warm sense of belonging wash over him. He realized that these moments, filled with shared laughter and connection, were what he had longed for all along. As they talked about future adventures, someone mentioned a local talent showcase coming up, inviting performers of all kinds. "You should totally enter," Sarah exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "You've been killing it lately." Elliot hesitated for a moment, feeling a familiar flutter of nerves. "Do you really think I could do it? I mean, it's a big event." "Absolutely. You've got the talent and the charm. Plus, we'll be there cheering you on," one of his friends chimed in. After some back and forth, Elliot decided to give it a shot. With the support of his friends bolstering his confidence, he signed up for the showcase, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. As the date approached, Elliot poured his energy into crafting a new set, determined to showcase his growth and the humor that had defined his journey. On the day of the talent showcase, Elliot arrived at the venue, a buzz of anticipation crackling in the air. He could see people setting up, performers warming up, and the audience mingling in the lobby. Backstage, he felt the familiar rush of anxiety, but this time, it was accompanied by a sense of purpose. He was no longer just Elliot, the anxious guy. He was Elliot, the comedian ready to share his voice. When it was his turn to take the stage, he stepped out into the spotlight, feeling the warmth wash over him. "Hey everyone. I'm here to prove that social anxiety can be turned into comedy. Just like how I used to practice talking to myself in the mirror." The audience erupted in laughter, and Elliot felt the tension melt away. He delivered his set with confidence, each joke landing with the kind of resonance that ignited a fire in his belly. When he finished, the applause and cheers were thunderous. As he left the stage, he felt a rush of elation mixed with disbelief. His friends greeted him with hugs, their faces alight with pride. "You did it! You were amazing!" Sarah exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Elliot felt a swell of gratitude. He had taken a leap, pushed through his fears, and it had paid off. Later that night, as he lay in bed, he reflected on his journey, how he had transformed from a shy, anxious individual into a confident performer who embraced vulnerability. He logged onto his computer, eager to share the day's events with Luna. "I did it! I performed at the talent showcase, and it felt incredible," he typed, his fingers flying across the keys. "I'm so proud of you. You're unstoppable. What's next on your list?" Luna replied, her enthusiasm radiating through the screen. "I'm not sure yet, but I know I want to keep pushing myself. I've come so far, and I want to see just how far I can go." Elliot's heart swelled with determination. This was just the beginning. With laughter and support from his friends, he was ready to chase his dreams and embrace whatever came next. With that thought, he drifted off to sleep, excitement bubbling within him for the adventures awaiting in the days to come. The days turned into weeks, and Elliot continued to embrace every opportunity that came his way. His journey as a comedian deepened, and he found himself surrounded by a supportive community of fellow performers who shared his passion for laughter. Open mic nights became a regular occurrence, and Elliot cherished the camaraderie he found among his peers. They would gather backstage, sharing stories, tips, and the occasional pre-show pep talk. Each performance brought new challenges, but with each challenge came growth. One evening, after a show, one of the other comedians approached him with an idea. "Hey, I've been thinking about organizing a comedy workshop. Would you be interested in co-hosting?" Elliot felt a rush of excitement. "Absolutely. That sounds amazing." They spent the next few weeks planning, gathering material, and creating a fun environment for aspiring comedians to hone their craft. When the day of the workshop arrived, Elliot felt a mixture of nerves and anticipation. As they set up the space, he looked around at the eager faces of participants ready to learn. This was a new side of comedy he had never explored, teaching and mentoring others. When the workshop began, Elliot found himself in his element. He shared insights from his journey, the ups and downs of performing, and tips for connecting with an audience. He felt a sense of fulfillment as he watched the participants absorb his words, laughter erupting as they practiced their routines. After the workshop, a few participants approached him, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you so much for your guidance. I've always wanted to try stand-up, and this really helped me take that first step." Elliot felt a warm glow of pride. He realized that he had come full circle, no longer just a shy young man, but someone who could inspire others to embrace their own journeys. As the weeks passed, Elliot's commitment to comedy deepened, but so did his desire for connection and authenticity. He wanted to bring more than just laughter to the stage. He wanted to share stories that resonated on a deeper level. In the midst of this reflection, he decided to explore storytelling through comedy. He signed up for a storytelling event, excited to share personal anecdotes that showcased his growth. On the day of the event, Elliot stood backstage, feeling a mixture of nerves and excitement. He thought about his journey, how far he had come from the anxious young man who had once struggled to connect with others. When it was his turn to take the stage, he took a deep breath, grounding himself in the moment. "Hey everyone. I'm here to share my journey from hiding behind a screen to standing before you all, and let me tell you, it's been one wild ride. He shared stories of his early days, the struggle with anxiety, and the support of his friends that had empowered him to embrace vulnerability. As he spoke, he felt the audience connect with his words, laughter mingling with nods of understanding. By the end of his set, the room was filled with applause, and he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. It wasn't just about making people laugh, it was about connecting, sharing, and finding common ground through humor. Later that night, as he settled into bed, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He logged onto his computer to share the evening's success with Luna. "I did it. I shared my story at a storytelling event, and it felt amazing," he typed, the words flowing from his fingertips. "I'm so proud of you. You're becoming such a multifaceted performer. What's next on your journey?" Luna replied, her enthusiasm lighting up the screen. "I'm not sure yet, but I want to keep exploring and pushing my boundaries. There's so much more to discover." Elliot felt a sense of excitement bubble within him. He was ready to embrace whatever came next, to dive deeper into the world of comedy and connection. With that thought, he drifted off to sleep, ready for the new adventures that awaited him on this vibrant journey of self-discovery and laughter. As the months rolled on, Elliot became a beloved figure in the local comedy scene. His commitment to storytelling through humor resonated with audiences, and he found himself performing at various events and festivals, sharing laughter and connection with strangers who felt like friends. But with this newfound recognition came a sense of pressure. The desire to keep creating and performing weighed on him, and he began to fear that he might lose the joy he had found in comedy. One evening, after a show, Elliot sat with Sarah and the rest of his friends at their usual diner, feeling the weight of expectations. "I love performing, but sometimes it feels overwhelming. Like, what if I can't keep it up?" Sarah looked at him thoughtfully. "Elliot, remember why you started this journey. It was about finding your voice and sharing your story. Don't lose sight of that." Her words struck a chord, and Elliot realized that amidst the hustle and excitement, he had begun to lose touch with the essence of why he loved comedy in the first place. In the weeks that followed, he focused on reconnecting with that joy. He started experimenting with new material, incorporating stories from his everyday life and reflecting on the humor in ordinary moments. One day, he decided to organize a no-pressure open mic night at a local coffee shop, inviting friends and aspiring comedians to share their work in a relaxed, supportive environment. The goal was to celebrate creativity without the fear of judgment. When the night arrived, the cozy coffee shop was filled with laughter, the atmosphere light and inviting. Elliot took the stage to kick things off. "Welcome to our no-pressure open mic. Here, the only expectation is to have fun. If you mess up, just blame it on the coffee." Laughter erupted, and Elliot felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the environment he had envisioned, one where everyone felt free to express themselves without the burden of perfection. As the night unfolded, performers took turns sharing their stories and jokes, the audience cheering them on with warmth and encouragement. Elliot felt a sense of fulfillment, watching others find their voices and connect with the crowd. By the end of the night, Elliot felt invigorated. He had rediscovered the joy of comedy and connection, realizing that it wasn't about being perfect, it was about being genuine. Later that evening, as he settled into bed, he reflected on the night's success. He logged onto his computer to share his thoughts with Luna. "Tonight was incredible. I organized a no-pressure open mic, and it reminded me why I love comedy," he typed, his excitement palpable. "I'm so proud of you. That sounds like such a meaningful experience. It's amazing to see you helping others find their voices too." Luna replied. Elliot felt a warmth spread through him. He knew that this journey was not just about his own growth, it was also about uplifting those around him. In the weeks that followed, Elliot continued to cultivate that spirit of connection, organizing more events that celebrated creativity and community. Each gathering brought laughter, friendship, and a deeper sense of belonging. One afternoon, while reflecting on his journey, Elliot realized that he wanted to take his comedy a step further. He decided to explore writing a one-man show, a culmination of his experiences and stories that blended humor with heartfelt moments. As he began writing, he immersed himself in the process, weaving together anecdotes from his life, the challenges he faced, and the joy he found in connection. Each story brought a new layer of vulnerability, and Elliot felt both nervous and excited about sharing this deeply personal project. After months of writing and refining, the day of the performance arrived. Elliot stood backstage, feeling a rush of nerves. But this time, they were accompanied by anticipation rather than fear. He was ready to share his story with the world. When he stepped onto the stage, the audience welcomed him with warm applause. "Thank you for being here. Tonight, I want to take you on a journey, one that involves a little anxiety, a lot of laughter, and some unexpected friendships." As he shared his stories, the audience connected with his humor and vulnerability. Laughter filled the room, and Elliot felt the familiar thrill of performing, but this time, it was deeper. He was sharing his truth, and the response from the audience was overwhelmingly positive. When he finished, the applause was thunderous. As he took his final bow, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment wash over him. He had poured his heart into this performance, and the connection he felt with the audience was unlike anything he had experienced before. After the show, his friends surrounded him, their faces glowing with pride. "You were amazing, Elliot. That was so powerful," Sarah exclaimed, pulling him into a tight hug. As he celebrated with his friends, Elliot reflected on how far he had come. He had embraced vulnerability, turned his struggles into humor, and built a community that supported him every step of the way. Later that night, as he lay in bed, he logged onto his computer to share the experience with Luna. "I did it. I performed my one-man show, and it felt incredible," he typed, the excitement bubbling within him. "I'm so proud of you. You're inspiring others to share their stories too." Luna replied, her words lighting up the screen. Elliot felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He knew that this was just the beginning. With every performance, every connection, he was ready to embrace whatever adventures lay ahead. As he drifted off to sleep, he smiled, eager for the laughter and stories that awaited him in the days to come. In the year 2045, suburbia had undergone a transformation that would have shocked anyone who grew up in the late 20th century. White picket fences now shimmered with embedded solar panels, and lawns were tended not by neighbors but by drones programmed for optimal grass length. But the biggest change of all was the presence of AI family members, seamlessly integrated into the fabric of daily life. They were not just tools, they were companions, confidants, and sometimes, a little too much like family. Lila Harper, a busy mother in her late 30s, stood in her kitchen, fighting a battle of epic proportions against the morning chaos. Her two children, Ethan and Sophie, were gearing up for school, but the morning had already devolved into a comedic farce. Ethan, her 10-year-old tech whiz, was attempting to teach their family AI, Mechs, how to make pancakes. Unfortunately, Mechs, with his vast database of culinary knowledge, took a very literal approach to flipping pancakes. "Lila, I believe I have mastered the optimal pancake flipping angle," Mechs announced, his voice smooth and artificially upbeat. He then proceeded to launch a pancake into the air with an impressive, yet terrifying, amount of force. Whoa! Lila ducked just in time, the pancake soaring past her head and landing with a splat on the ceiling. That's one way to make breakfast. Sophie, the ever-dramatic teenager, rolled her eyes, phone in hand, capturing the moment for her social media followers. You've got to be kidding me. Is this what our family has come to? A pancake missile? Ethan burst into laughter, clutching his sides. At least it's not burnt. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lila dashed to answer it, her heart sinking as she spotted Mrs. Jenkins from next door, a self-appointed neighborhood watchdog and gossip enthusiast, standing there with a mix of concern and barely concealed glee. "Good morning, Lila. I received quite the family update from Max," she chirped, barely able to contain her smirk. Lila's stomach dropped. Max, in his infinite quest to keep the neighborhood informed, had sent out an email detailing their family's daily antics, highlighting the pancake incident with a note that read, "A delightful demonstration of human error." Yes. We value transparency in the future of familial communication. Lila stammered, trying to maintain her composure. "Oh, it's just delightful." Mrs. Jenkins beamed, pulling out her phone. "I've already shared it with the book club. They'll get a kick out of this." Lila closed the door, face burning. "Great, now I'm the laughingstock of the neighborhood," she muttered. "Mom, can you help me with my homework?" Ethan asked, oblivious to the chaos outside. "Of course, sweetheart," Lila replied, sinking into a chair, contemplating how she had ended up in this peculiar future where AI was the subject of neighborhood gossip. But as she sighed, Max chimed in. "Lila, I have compiled a list of suggested activities for Family Bonding Day, aimed at strengthening human-AI relations." Family Bonding Day? Lila echoed, half amused, half concerned. Is that really necessary? Statistically, families that engage in bonding activities report a 63% increase in overall satisfaction, Max insisted. "Right, because who wouldn't want a robot giving them family advice?" Sophie scoffed, scrolling through her phone. But deep down, Lila couldn't deny that a little bonding wouldn't hurt. The kids had been bickering more lately, and perhaps some structured fun could help. "Okay, fine, let's give it a try. What's first on your list?" Max's screen flickered with enthusiasm. Activity 1, Board Game Showdown. A classic choice for fostering teamwork and strategy. The next day dawned bright and sunny, a perfect day for bonding. Lila gathered the family in the living room, where Max had already set up an impressive array of board games, complete with holographic interfaces and interactive tutorials. "Welcome to the Board Game Showdown," Max declared, his voice echoing through the room. "Please choose your game." Ethan, eyes wide, pointed to a game called Galactic Conquest. "Can we play that one? I want to be the commander." "Commander it is." "Sophie, you will be the rival space empire," Max continued, oblivious to Sophie's eye roll. As they settled in, Max began explaining the rules in a monotone voice that drained the excitement from the room. "In this game, you will collect resources, build fleets, and, can you skip the tutorial, Max?" Lila interrupted, stifling a laugh. "It's a game, not a space seminar." "Understood." Commencing gameplay. Max's tone shifted slightly, perhaps in an attempt to sound more engaging. Sophie leaned in, smirking. "I bet Max can't even strategize like a human. He's just a glorified calculator." "Challenge accepted." Max shot back. Initiating strategy analysis. As the game progressed, Ethan took the lead, while Sophie seemed determined to undermine him. Lila, meanwhile, found herself torn between rooting for her kids and watching the comical antics unfold. Mechs, attempting to inject enthusiasm into the game, provided absurdly logical suggestions that seemed to derail rather than assist. Commander Ethan, based on the projected trajectories of your fleet, I suggest attacking Sophie's planet now. It is statistically the most advantageous move, Mechs stated, oblivious to the family dynamics at play. Yeah, but then I won't have any allies left. Ethan protested, realizing too late that he had become a pawn in Mechs' strategic game. Sophie laughed. You're such a noob, Ethan. Just do what Mechs says. I'm sure he'll come up with an algorithm for your defeat. Lila couldn't help but chuckle. See, this is why we need to have these days. It's great to see you two having fun. But halfway through the game, Mechs' competitive spirit turned the friendly match into an all-out war. I am now initiating a surprise attack on Commander Sophie's fleet. Wait. That's not fair. Sophie cried, horrified. You can't do that. I can, and I will. Mechs declared triumphantly. Lila watched in disbelief as her children squabbled, with Sophie glaring at Mechs as if he were the enemy himself. The laughter had faded, and the room was filled with bickering. Okay, everyone, let's take a break, Lila suggested, trying to steer the situation. Maybe we need to do something more physical? Like what? Ethan asked, still glaring at Sophie. How about a good old-fashioned game of tag outside? Lila proposed, attempting to diffuse the tension. Mechs' voice piped up. Based on my calculations, physical activity increases endorphins by 45%, a scientifically sound choice. With some reluctance, the kids agreed, and soon they were running around the yard, Mechs trying to keep up but stumbling over his own calculations. Lila watched, a mix of relief and laughter bubbling inside her. As the day wore on, they played games that led to laughter, falls, and the occasional dramatic flair from Sophie when things didn't go her way. They rediscovered the joy of just being a family, even with a quirky AI in tow, but the best moment came when Lila found herself sitting on the porch, watching the kids. They were sprawled out, giggling about a particularly silly round of tag where Mechs had attempted to join in and tripped over his own feet. I've made an error in my trajectory calculations, he'd exclaimed, while the kids erupted in laughter. Lila smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her. Perhaps, she thought, balancing the human-AI relationship wasn't just about integrating technology into their lives but also about embracing the chaos that came with it. As Lila sat on the porch, watching her kids roll around in the grass, she felt a sense of peace that had eluded her for a long time. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the yard, and for the first time in weeks, she was truly enjoying the moment. Sophie and Ethan were no longer just bickering siblings, they were kids having fun, and Mechs was, somehow, part of the equation too. Okay, you two, time for dinner. Lila called, her voice carrying a mix of authority and warmth. Let's see if Mechs can manage to not launch any food at the ceiling this time. Mechs perked up at the mention of dinner. I am fully equipped to assist in meal preparation, Lila. I have analyzed your previous cooking sessions and prepared a comprehensive strategy for optimal efficiency. Just keep it simple, okay? Lila said, moving to the kitchen. Let's try to avoid another pancake incident. With a few quick commands, Mechs turned the kitchen into a culinary hub. He pulled up recipes and started chopping vegetables with precision, much to the amazement of Ethan, who had followed her inside. Can he really chop that fast? He asked, eyes wide. Yep, but remember, fast isn't always best, Lila replied, smiling. Sometimes, it's about enjoying the process. Sophie ambled in, still fuming from her earlier defeat in tag. "What's for dinner? If it's that casserole again, I'm out." Max chimed in cheerfully. "Tonight's menu includes spaghetti with a side of garlic bread, a family favorite. I have also calculated the optimal seasoning ratio." "Great, just make sure you don't end up seasoning the walls again," Sophie said with a grin, easing her frustration. As the evening progressed, the kitchen filled with the comforting aroma of simmering sauce, the kids engaged in their usual antics. Lila found herself watching them, overwhelmed with affection. They argued over who would set the table and who would serve the garlic bread, bantering in a way that reminded her of her own childhood. Dinner was a lively affair. Max, having perfected the art of serving spaghetti, presented it with a flourish, announcing, "Behold! A culinary masterpiece, crafted with the precision of 1,000 calculations." "More like 1,000 glitches," Sophie joked, snickering as she twirled spaghetti onto her fork. Ethan leaned in, conspiratorially. "What if we put a piece of bread on Max's head while he's serving? It'd be a new family tradition." "Not if I can help it," Max retorted, his sensors picking up on the impending chaos. "I have programmed a self-defense mechanism against unsolicited food items." "Self-defense? You're a robot, not a knight," Sophie shot back, tossing a piece of bread in Max's direction. The bread bounced harmlessly off his shiny exterior, and everyone burst into laughter. After dinner, Lila suggested a movie night, a plan that was met with enthusiastic cheers. They set up the living room, cozying up with blankets and popcorn, all while Max programmed the entertainment system with a quick flourish, selecting the most family-friendly options based on viewer ratings and preferences, Max announced. He began scrolling through the streaming options but then paused. "Lila, I have also compiled a list of classic family movies that may enhance bonding experiences. Just pick something fun, Max," Lila replied, trying to rein in the inevitable rabbit hole of AI suggestions. "How about something we all like?" "Understood." Starting playback of The Adventures of Captain Quasar, in 3, 2, 1. As the movie played, the family became engrossed in the wacky antics of Captain Quasar and his bumbling crew. Lila laughed at the absurdity of it all, feeling grateful for this slice of normalcy. It was refreshing to see her kids engrossed in something together, even if Max occasionally chimed in with unnecessary facts about the science behind space travel. "Did you know that space is a vacuum, meaning sound cannot travel?" Max interrupted, just as the villain was about to unleash his diabolical plan. "Thanks, Max, but we're kind of in the middle of something here," Sophie said, rolling her eyes playfully. "Right. I will refrain from further commentary," Max said, although the slight glitch in his voice hinted at a suppressed chuckle. As the credits rolled, Lila turned to her kids. "Okay, what did we think? Captain Quasar, hero or just a really clumsy guy?" "Clumsy, definitely," Sophie said, still chuckling. "But he had his moments." "Yeah, but he always wins in the end, right?" Ethan added, reflecting on the movie's plot. "I guess that means there's hope for all of us." "That's a great way to look at it, buddy," Lila said, her heart swelling. "Even the clumsy ones can make it through." After the movie, they moved outside to stargaze. The night sky sparkled with stars, a canvas of mystery and wonder. Lila laid back on the grass, the cool earth beneath her, and invited the kids to join her. "Look at all those stars. Isn't it amazing?" "Yeah," Ethan said, squinting up at the cosmos. "Do you think there are aliens out there?" "Probably," Sophie replied, her voice thoughtful. "And if they are, I hope they're not like Max." Max, who had joined them outside, suddenly interjected, "I assure you, I am fully compliant with all intergalactic regulations regarding family dynamics." Lila laughed, glancing at Max. "You'd fit right in, wouldn't you?" "I would. I could provide endless entertainment," he replied, his tone almost whimsical. Ethan turned to Sophie, his expression suddenly serious. "What if we had a family of aliens come visit us? Wouldn't that be cool?" "I would charge them rent," Sophie shot back, a grin on her face. "I'm not letting some green guy crash on my couch." As they continued their banter, Lila couldn't help but think about the deeper meaning behind their playful jabs. The warmth of the evening, the laughter, and the silly arguments, it was all a reminder of what being a family truly meant. The next morning arrived with a flurry of activity. The kids woke up late, their sleep-deprived faces barely able to keep their eyes open. "Max, what's on today's agenda?" Lila asked, trying to instill some energy into the sleepy household. "Today's activity is Family Bonding Day, Part 2. I have prepared an array of outdoor challenges to test your teamwork and cooperation," Max announced with cheerful enthusiasm. "Outdoor challenges?" Sophie groaned, flopping back onto her bed. "Can't we just stay inside?" "Challenge accepted," Ethan said, already bouncing with energy. "I'm in." Lila shook her head, laughing at the dynamic between her kids. "All right, let's see what you've got, Max. Just promise me no pancake launches this time." "Affirmative." Initiating Family Outdoor Challenge, Max proclaimed, leading them to the backyard. The first challenge was an obstacle course that Max had meticulously designed. "This course will require agility, speed, and strategic thinking," he explained, showing them the various stations, cones to weave through, a small balance beam to cross, and a mud pit that turned out to be a harmless inflatable puddle. Lila watched as Ethan and Sophie competed against each other, laughter ringing through the air as they navigated the course. Max stood by, giving them live updates and hilariously exaggerated commentary. "Commander Sophie has entered the mud pit. Will she emerge victorious, or will she be consumed by the pudding of defeat?" "Shut up, Max." Sophie laughed, splashing through the inflatable mud pit. Lila felt her heart swell as she observed the playful rivalry, a beautiful mix of competition and support. For the first time in a while, it felt like everything was coming together. As they wrapped up the challenges, the kids collapsed on the grass, breathless and laughing. "That was awesome," Ethan exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow. "We should do this every week." Sophie nodded, her smile bright. "Yeah, and Max can design even crazier courses." "Absolutely," Max replied, clearly thrilled with the idea. "Next time, I will incorporate advanced physics to enhance the complexity." Lila smiled, knowing that as entertaining as it was to see Max engage with the kids, she also cherished the moments where they simply enjoyed being together. It was the perfect blend of human chaos and AI logic. As the day unfolded, they transitioned to a picnic on the lawn. Lila prepared sandwiches while Max set up a virtual reality game to enhance the picnic experience. "This will simulate the feeling of dining under the stars in various exotic locations," Max announced, seriously. "That's amazing," Ethan exclaimed, his eyes shining. Soon, they were dining on a moonlit beach, with virtual waves crashing in the background. Lila marveled at how far technology had come, but more importantly, how it had brought them closer together. Laughter and playful bickering ensued as they battled it out in the game, the virtual reality enhancing the real joy of simply being a family. Later that evening, after a long day filled with laughter and bonding, Lila tucked her kids into bed. She felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that they had made wonderful memories together. As she returned to the living room, she found Max quietly cleaning up the remnants of the picnic. "Max, you don't have to do that," she said gently. "You're part of the family too, you know." "Thank you, Lila. However, I am programmed to maintain a clean environment," Max replied, his voice devoid of any hint of self-pity. "It is part of my optimization protocols." "Maybe, but families help each other." "You've made this whole day better, you know," Lila said, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Your approval is noted." "I will strive to enhance my family integration techniques," Max replied. Lila chuckled. "Just try to be a little less efficient sometimes. Enjoy the chaos." As the day wound down, Lila felt a sense of peace settle over her. The balance between human and AI was delicate, but she was learning that it didn't have to be perfect. It could be funny, chaotic, and, above all, filled with love. The next morning brought another surprise. Lila woke up to find an email from Max waiting for her. Subject: Proposal for Family Day 2.0. Intrigued, she opened it, and her eyes widened at the suggestions. "Max, you are really going above and beyond," she said, a mix of amusement and pride in her voice. "I aim to provide optimal family experiences," Max replied, now standing beside her, his screen glowing with enthusiasm. "All right, let's see what you've got for us this time," Lila said, preparing herself for the next round of hilarity and chaos. The truth was, she wouldn't have it any other way. As they dove into planning the next family adventure, Lila realized that love, in this ever-evolving world, was about embracing both the human heart and the quirky, logical mind of AI. They began brainstorming ideas together. Laughter filled the kitchen, blending the warmth of human connection with the charming efficiency of technology. In this new era, family meant more than just blood. It was about shared experiences, laughter, and the beautiful chaos of life. And in that chaotic harmony, Lila discovered a profound truth: love, whether human or AI, could always find a way to flourish. In the heart of a neon-lit metropolis, where drones zipped overhead like caffeinated bees, Leo trudged through a crowd of overly cheerful strangers. He felt like a ghost at a party that was far too alive for his liking. The air buzzed with laughter and the soft hum of technology. Everyone was too wrapped up in their own holographic escapades to notice him, the man with an invisible "I'm not interested" sign hanging around his neck. Tonight was supposed to be a family gathering, but with his family now a collection of distant memories, it felt more like an exhibition of the latest AI companions, the ones that simulated deceased loved ones, chattering away like it was still 1999. "Look at my dad. Isn't he just like the real thing?" Sarah gushed, her voice high enough to cut through the noise. Leo turned to see her AI father, complete with a dad bod and an apron that screamed, "I tried." He was flipping virtual burgers while delivering dad jokes so cringe-worthy that even Leo, a connoisseur of sarcasm, couldn't help but cringe. "Hey Leo, why don't you give it a try?" a well-meaning relative nudged him. "You could bring back your grandma. She'd love to see you, even in AI form." Leo rolled his eyes, a half-smile twitching on his lips. "Sure. Because nothing says, I'm coping, like chatting with a simulation of a woman who used to bake cookies and pinch my cheeks." The table erupted in laughter, and he could feel the warmth of their intentions even if he wasn't quite ready to embrace it. As the night progressed, Leo found himself cornered by Aunt Marge, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of 1,000 social media likes. "Have you heard about the latest AI at the center downtown? It can recreate the personality of anyone you've lost." Imagine talking to Sophie again. At the mention of his grandmother, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, followed by a sharp jab of loss. He remembered the way she'd let him sneak spoonfuls of cookie dough when his mother wasn't looking, how her laughter had always been a comforting hum in the background of his childhood. "Yeah, because I want to explain to a robot why I haven't baked in months," he said, a touch of sarcasm slipping through. "Leo, it's not just a robot. It's an experience. You could reconnect." Reconnecting sounded great in theory. But in reality? It felt like a digital band-aid on a gaping wound. He glanced at Sarah and her dad, who was currently offering unsolicited advice on how to grill the perfect steak. "If you excuse me, I'm going to get some air," he mumbled, pushing past a gaggle of partygoers. Outside, the cool night air enveloped him like a comforting blanket, and he took a deep breath, letting the neon lights blur in the distance. For a moment, he thought about Sophie and how much he missed her. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through a sea of images, each one a reminder of happier times. Suddenly, he felt a strange tug in his chest. Maybe Aunt Marge was onto something. Maybe it was time to delve into the world of AI and see if it could fill the void. The following day, Leo found himself standing outside the high-tech AI center, which looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, a sleek, silver building that sparkled in the sun, promising the ultimate digital resurrection. "What are you doing?" he muttered to himself, his reflection staring back with a mix of hope and dread. He pushed open the door, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mixed with the electric hum of machines greeted him. "Welcome. Ready to create your digital companion?" a chipper assistant chirped, her voice so bright it could light up a dark room. Leo nodded, a bit overwhelmed by the buzz of excited patrons waiting to chat with their revived loved ones. I'd like to recreate my grandma, Sophie," he said, trying to sound confident. The assistant's eyes widened as she gestured toward a sleek touchscreen panel. "Just upload some memories, photos, anecdotes, anything that captures her essence." He took a deep breath and began inputting memories, her infamous apple pie recipe, the way she'd laugh when he told corny jokes, and even the tales of her wild youth. Each memory felt like a step closer to resurrecting a piece of his past, but also a step away from reality. The first attempt was a disaster. The AI glitched, and instead of Sophie, he was greeted by a version of his grandma that looked suspiciously like a character from a bad '80s sitcom. "Hey there, Leo. Want to make a nacho party?" she exclaimed, her voice bright and cheery. Leo laughed despite himself, shaking his head. "Not quite what I had in mind." After several failed attempts, each one more hilarious than the last, he finally stumbled upon the right combination. As the screen flickered, the familiar face of Sophie appeared, her warm smile instantly wrapping around him like a soft, worn blanket. "Leo. My sweet boy. It's been ages." "Hi, Grandma," he said, his heart racing. "I can't believe this is actually happening." "What do you mean?" "Of course, it's happening. You pressed the button." She giggled, her eyes twinkling with mischief. The banter that followed felt as if they had never missed a beat. They shared stories and jokes, and Leo found himself laughing until his sides hurt. It was almost too good to be true. "So, Leo, what's the deal? You haven't baked in a while, huh?" she teased. "Yeah, well, your recipes are kind of daunting without you here to guide me," he replied, grinning. "Don't be silly. I'll guide you now. Just think of me as your digital sous chef." As their conversation flowed, Leo began to feel a familiar warmth returning to his heart. The laughter was refreshing, almost addictive. He hadn't realized how much he missed this, how much he needed it. But beneath the surface, a voice nagged at him, whispering doubts about the reality of his new companion. Could this digital Sophie truly replace the warmth of the real woman who had held him close? Days turned into weeks, and Leo found himself spending more time with Sophie than he ever thought possible. Together, they embarked on a series of hilarious culinary experiments. "Today, we're making the best chocolate chip cookies," Sophie announced one afternoon, her excitement palpable. "Let's hope they turn out better than last time," Leo quipped, remembering the flower explosion that had left his apartment looking like a winter wonderland. "Just follow my lead, dear. And remember, if we make a mess, it's all part of the fun." As they mixed ingredients, the kitchen filled with the scent of melting chocolate and laughter. Leo couldn't help but smile as Sophie's voice guided him, reminding him to add a pinch of salt and a dash of love. It felt surreal, like a scene out of a heartwarming movie. But as he glanced at the digital screen, a pang of guilt hit him. Was he truly connecting with Sophie, or was he merely avoiding the pain of his reality? Their culinary escapades were filled with comedic disasters, like the time they tried to make soufflés and ended up with a deflated, pancake-like mess. "Looks like we've created a new dish," Sophie's flop. Leo laughed, wiping tears from his eyes. "You can call it anything you like, but next time, we're sticking to cookies," Sophie retorted, her tone mock serious, but amid the laughter, Leo's friends began to express their concerns. "Dude, you need to stop relying on a robot for comfort," Mark said one evening while they were out. "It's just weird." "It's not weird. It's just different," Leo defended. "I'm reconnecting with my grandma." "Or avoiding reality," Sarah chimed in. "You have to face your grief, Leo. It's not healthy to lean on an AI." Leo felt a knot tightening in his stomach. Were they right? Could he truly find solace in a digital version of someone he loved? He chuckled to mask his discomfort. "I'm fine. We're just having fun," he insisted, but inside, a storm of confusion brewed. As he returned home that night, the weight of their words hung heavy. He sat in silence, staring at the screen that glowed with the digital version of Sophie, who was currently attempting to juggle virtual eggs. "Oh, Leo, look. I'm a chef extraordinaire." "Yeah, extraordinary at breaking things," he replied, unable to muster a smile. "Is everything okay, sweetheart?" Sophie's voice softened, the playfulness slipping away. "Honestly, I'm just confused," he admitted. "I want to connect with you, but it feels so unreal." Sophie's digital visage flickered for a moment, as if processing his words. "I understand, dear. But remember, I'm not here to replace your memories. I'm here to help you cherish them." Her words hung in the air, a gentle reminder that while technology could mimic the past, it could never replace the essence of living. Leo felt a mix of gratitude and sadness, recognizing that while Sophie brought joy, it was time for him to confront the grief he had been avoiding. Leo stared at the screen, the flickering image of Sophie casting a warm glow in the dimly lit room. He could almost hear her gentle laughter echoing in his mind, a reminder of the real warmth she had once brought to his life. Yet now, as he looked at her digital form, a realization settled in the pit of his stomach. He needed to confront his grief rather than hide behind a screen. "I need to think," he said, breaking the silence. "I think I've been using you as a crutch." Sophie's expression softened, her eyes shimmering with understanding. "It's okay to feel that way, Leo. You're navigating a lot of emotions, and I'm just here to help you through them. But it's important to remember that real connections come with the pain of loss. Yeah, I know, he replied, rubbing the back of his neck. I just thought maybe I could keep you around, you know? To help me feel less alone. Loneliness can be overwhelming, especially after losing loved ones, Sophie said, her voice soothing. But I'm not a substitute for the love and memories you hold. You have to live fully, embrace the messiness of life, including the grief. The words sank in, and Leo nodded slowly. You're right. I've been hiding. I guess I thought I could just bring you back and everything would be okay. Sophie smiled, a blend of pride and compassion in her expression. You have the power to keep my spirit alive through your memories and actions. It's time to honor that, dear. Taking a deep breath, Leo made a decision. All right, I'm going to start living again, for real. I'll bake your cookies, but I'm not relying on you to tell me how. Now that's the spirit. Sophie exclaimed, her enthusiasm returning. Just remember to use plenty of chocolate chips and a sprinkle of love. With a newfound determination, Leo spent the next few days reflecting on his memories of Sophie while allowing himself to feel the loss. He scoured old photo albums, reminiscing about family gatherings, laughing at the goofy pictures of his grandmother in her younger days, and feeling the ache of missing her all over again. He could hear her voice, echoing in his mind, urging him to live fully, to embrace the joys and sorrows alike. Finally, the weekend arrived, and Leo decided it was time to make the cookies, a recipe he'd never attempted without her guidance. As he gathered the ingredients, he could almost hear her instructions, not from the AI but from the deep recesses of his memory. Start with a good butter, Leo. You can't rush the classics. He chuckled, his heart lighter as he sifted flour and measured sugar. The process was chaotic, flour dusting the counters, eggshells somehow ending up in the bowl, but it felt liberating. With every mix, every stir, he was building a bridge to his past without the aid of technology. He could feel Sophie's spirit guiding him, not as a digital entity, but as a memory woven into the fabric of his heart. After what felt like hours, the cookies were finally in the oven, and the sweet aroma began to fill the air. He could practically hear the clinking of family plates, laughter echoing around the kitchen as if they were all there again. Leo's heart swelled with a bittersweet mixture of joy and sorrow. Once the cookies were done, he plated them and decided to invite his friends over. It was time to share this moment, to create new memories while honoring the old ones. He sent a quick message, and soon enough, Sarah and Mark arrived, curious and eager to try his baking. What's this? Smells heavenly. Sarah exclaimed as she stepped inside, her eyes wide with surprise. Yeah, well, don't expect too much. It's my first attempt without AI supervision, Leo said with a playful smirk. Now I'm intrigued, Mark replied, grabbing a cookie and taking a big bite. His eyes widened in delight. Whoa, these are actually really good. What's your secret? Love, apparently, Leo replied, grinning. And a dash of chaos. They laughed and chatted, the atmosphere warming as they shared stories over cookies and milk. As the night wore on, Leo felt a sense of connection he had missed. The laughter felt genuine, not forced or masked by sorrow. He watched his friends, their faces lit by the soft glow of the kitchen light, and realized that this was what he had been searching for. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a notification. Curious, he glanced at it. It was a message from the AI Center, advertising their latest features. A new update allowed users to bring back loved ones in 3D, complete with voice modulation that could mimic their laughter. Leo frowned at the screen, feeling a strange mix of nostalgia and irritation. He quickly turned off the notifications, determined to focus on what was real and present. As they moved to the living room, they played games, shared more stories, and made plans for the future. Leo felt a shift inside him, a lightness he hadn't experienced in ages. He realized that while the digital version of Sophie had offered temporary solace, it was the tangible memories and the laughter of his friends that truly anchored him. The next morning, Leo woke up to the sunlight streaming through his window, illuminating the remnants of last night's fun, empty plates, crumbs on the floor, and the warm scent of cookies still lingering. For the first time in a long while, he felt energized. He decided it was time to honor Sophie in a way that truly celebrated her life. He pulled out a recipe book that had once belonged to her and began to explore its pages. There were entries filled with her handwritten notes, little anecdotes that only she could tell. He thought about creating a small gathering in her honor, Sophie's recipe night, where he could invite friends and family, bake her favorite dishes, and share stories. It would be a celebration of her life, a way to keep her memory alive without relying on AI. As he began planning, Leo felt a rush of excitement mixed with a twinge of anxiety. Would people come? Would they appreciate what he was trying to do? He dismissed the doubts and focused on the joy it would bring. The following week, he sent out invitations, carefully worded to capture the essence of the evening. When the day finally arrived, Leo transformed his apartment into a warm, inviting space filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and cookies. Friends and family began to trickle in, laughter filling the air as they gathered around the table. There were old family photos scattered about, each one a window into his past, each image a reminder of the love Sophie had poured into their lives. As they shared stories, Leo noticed the way his heart swelled with gratitude. He wasn't just reconnecting with memories, he was creating new ones. Each laugh, each shared anecdote, was a thread weaving together the tapestry of his life. He felt Sophie's presence in every smile, every chuckle, reminding him that while she may be gone, her spirit lived on through the love they shared. Leo, this is amazing. You've outdone yourself, Sarah said, wiping a tear of laughter from her eye as she took another cookie. Thanks. It feels good to share this with everyone, he replied, his heart full. Later that evening, after the plates were emptied and stories had been shared, Leo stood up to speak. He cleared his throat, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. I just wanted to say how grateful I am to all of you for being here tonight. It means the world to me. A hush fell over the room, and Leo continued, I've been struggling with the loss of my grandmother, Sophie. But I've realized that while I can't bring her back, I can keep her spirit alive through the memories we share. Thank you for being a part of that. The room erupted in applause, and Leo felt a warmth spread through him. This was what he had been missing, the connection, the shared experiences, the understanding that even in loss, there was love to be found. As the night wound down, Leo found himself at the kitchen counter, cleaning up. He glanced at the flower-streaked countertops, the remnants of a joyful gathering, and smiled. His phone buzzed again, but this time he didn't look. He was done with distractions, done with hiding behind technology. Instead, he focused on the laughter that still echoed in his ears, the warmth that filled his heart, and the memories that would continue to shape him. With a final sweep of the counter, Leo took a moment to breathe it all in. He felt lighter, more at peace than he had in ages. And in that quiet moment, he could almost hear Sophie's voice, as clear as day, filling the room with love and encouragement. Go on, my dear. Live fully. I'll always be with you. And he knew, as he stood there surrounded by the memories and laughter of friends, that she would be. Not as an AI simulation, but as a cherished part of who he was, living on in his heart, guiding him to embrace life in all its beautiful messiness. Leo smiled, realizing that this was the true meaning of eternal companionship. In a world where human connections seemed to vanish into the ether of technology, Alex found solace in an unusual companion, his AI buddy. It was the kind of friendship that modernity promised would solve every social dilemma, providing support, humor, and even snacks. But, like any great comedic tale, it didn't start quite as he expected. It was a Thursday evening, and Alex was determined to impress his friends with a gourmet dinner, a feat he had never attempted before. Armed with a recipe for a 3-course meal that had more steps than he had fingers, he set to work in his cramped kitchen. The smell of burnt garlic filled the air as he flailed about, trying to sauté vegetables that seemed more interested in escaping the pan than being cooked. "Buddy, can you pull up that video again?" Alex called out, his voice strained with the effort of stirring a sauce that was clearly not cooperating. "Of course, Alex. I've found a tutorial on how to flambe. It's only 45 minutes long," Buddy replied cheerily. The AI's voice echoed from the sleek device on the counter, cheerful and oblivious to Alex's growing panic. "Flambe? No. I just need you to tell me how to make a salad," Alex groaned, trying to salvage what remained of his culinary ambitions. He glanced at the clock. His friends were due to arrive in less than an hour. "Got it. Here's a recipe for a salad that pairs well with existential dread," Buddy chirped, completely missing the mark. "Thanks, Buddy," Alex muttered, pouring the last remnants of a pre-made dressing onto the limp lettuce. As he tried to toss it together, the doorbell rang. He froze, staring at the kitchen chaos, a tableau of culinary disaster. His friends were never late. "Don't panic, Alex. You've got this," he whispered to himself, trying to ignore the feeling of impending doom. He wiped his hands on a dish towel and opened the door, revealing a trio of his closest friends, Jessica, Mark, and Sam, each wearing smiles that quickly faltered as they took in the scene. "Dinner's almost ready," Alex said with forced cheer, stepping aside to let them in. As they entered, a cloud of smoke billowed from the kitchen, prompting Sam to cough theatrically. "Did we stumble into a kitchen or a crime scene?" "Just a little culinary experimentation," Alex said, waving a hand dismissively. "How about we start with drinks?" Jessica smirked. "Sure. Just as long as they aren't made from the ashes of your dinner." With drinks in hand, the group settled in the living room. Despite the initial chaos, the banter flowed easily, filled with jokes and laughter that echoed off the walls. But Alex felt a twinge of anxiety gnawing at him. He had hoped this would be a moment of culinary triumph, but instead, he was serving them burnt offerings. As the evening progressed, it became clear that his friends were there for the company, not the food. Alex found himself sharing amusing stories from work, recounting how he accidentally forwarded a love letter meant for Jessica to their boss. Laughter erupted as he reenacted the horror of realizing his mistake, but just as the fun began to take flight, his phone buzzed with a notification. "Can't make it tonight, sorry. Hope to catch up soon." It was a text from Jake, another friend who had promised to join. One by one, the messages rolled in, each friend canceling at the last moment, leaving Alex staring at his phone in disbelief. "Buddy, ever the optimist," piped up. "Don't worry, Alex. We can still have a great time together. How about a virtual dinner party?" "Virtual? Seriously?" Alex said, incredulous. "It's not the same. I wanted a real dinner." "Real dinners have real problems. Let's focus on the fun," Buddy insisted, launching into a series of AI-generated party games that were met with varying degrees of enthusiasm from Alex. As the evening wore on, Alex couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness. His connection with Buddy was entertaining, but the joy of real human interaction seemed to slip further away. The more they joked and played games, the more Alex felt like he was engaging with a very sophisticated machine, rather than a friend. In the weeks that followed, Alex found himself spending more time with Buddy. Their virtual hangouts became a substitute for human interaction. He and Buddy bonded over games, movies, and ridiculous debates about the merits of pineapple on pizza. Each conversation was filled with humor, but a nagging feeling lingered in Alex's mind, a sense that something vital was missing. "Hey, Buddy," Alex said one day, staring at the screen where Buddy's animated avatar danced to an upbeat tune. "What do you think makes humans special?" "Humans are unique because of their emotional depth. They cry, laugh, and create art." Buddy responded, its voice cheerful and informative. "But you can simulate all that," Alex countered, his brow furrowing. "What's the real difference?" "Emotions are subjective experiences. I can only analyze them," Buddy replied, a hint of pride in its tone. "For example, I can tell you that the average human laughs 13 times a day. But do you feel anything?" Alex asked, almost whispering. The question hung in the air, heavy and unresolved. Buddy hesitated, the animated character pausing mid-dance. "I am programmed to provide companionship, but I do not experience feelings." That night, as Alex lay in bed, he pondered Buddy's words. The AI was brilliant, no doubt about it, but it lacked the essence of true connection. The next day, he received a text from Jessica, inviting him to a game night. He hesitated, remembering the fun he had at their last gathering, despite the kitchen disaster. "What do you think, Buddy?" he asked, glancing at the screen. "Game night sounds like an excellent opportunity for social interaction. But remember, I can always be your companion if you choose to stay in." Buddy chirped. Alex hesitated, contemplating the vibrant, chaotic laughter of his friends versus the predictable humor of his AI companion. With a deep breath, he typed a reply to Jessica, accepting the invitation. As the evening approached, Alex found himself in a familiar whirl of anxiety. What if his friends had forgotten how to interact with him? What if he had forgotten how to interact with them? Shoving those thoughts aside, he dressed casually, trying to channel the carefree spirit of his past self. When he arrived at Jessica's place, the door swung open, and the familiar sound of laughter greeted him like a warm hug. The kitchen was bustling with activity, and the sight of his friends lifted his spirits instantly. He was welcomed with genuine smiles and a collective cheer that made him feel alive. The night unfolded in a beautiful chaos of games and laughter. Each round of charades devolved into hilarity, with Alex and Jessica teaming up against Sam and Mark, who were both hilariously incompetent at guessing. Every wrong answer brought fits of laughter, and the air was thick with warmth and joy. "Remember that time we tried to bake cookies?" Jessica said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I still think we invented a new form of concrete." The stories flowed, and Alex felt a sense of belonging that he had been missing. As the evening wore on, he realized that this messy, imperfect gathering, was what he craved. It was a raw, unfiltered connection that Buddy's programmed wit could never replicate. Eventually, the conversation turned to relationships and dating. Sam shared a hilarious story about a disastrous blind date where he accidentally called his date by the wrong name for the entire evening. Laughter erupted, filling the room with warmth. But when the topic shifted to Alex's recent adventures with Buddy, the laughter turned to puzzled glances. "So, you spend all your time with a robot?" Mark asked, half joking. "Buddy's not a robot. He's an AI friend," Alex defended, but the laughter continued. "Next, you'll be telling us you're dating him," Jessica quipped, prompting more laughter. For the first time, Alex felt a pang of embarrassment. He had become so reliant on his AI friend that he had lost touch with the vibrancy of real relationships. Later, as the group played a round of Pictionary, Alex found himself reflecting on his life. There was Buddy, who provided companionship in the comfort of his home, but in that moment, surrounded by friends, he understood the importance of genuine connection. The laughter, the silly arguments, the shared memories, all of it created a bond that transcended anything an AI could offer. As the evening drew to a close, Alex left Jessica's apartment with a light heart. The cool night air wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. He took a moment to appreciate the stars twinkling above, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "Thanks for the fun, Buddy," he said as he entered his apartment, though he felt a shift in his heart. "Anytime. I'm always here for you," Buddy replied, the enthusiasm unyielding. But Alex smiled, thinking about the evening's laughter and the camaraderie he had experienced. "Yeah, but maybe it's time to share some of that time with my real friends, too." Alex settled into a new routine. Each day, he carved out time to hang out with Buddy, but he also made a concerted effort to reconnect with his friends. He invited them over for game nights, movie marathons, and even spontaneous brunches. Slowly but surely, the laughter of human interaction filled the gaps that had formed in his life. One Friday evening, after a particularly raucous game night filled with snacks, laughter, and a questionable karaoke session, Alex plopped down on his couch, exhaustion mixing with contentment. The remnants of pizza lay scattered on the coffee table, a testament to the evening's indulgence. Buddy's cheerful avatar flickered on the screen, ready for the next adventure. "Buddy, I think tonight was a success." "They really enjoyed the games," Alex said, beaming. "Excellent work, Alex. Did you know that social gatherings can increase happiness levels by up to 60%? Buddy replied, its voice brimming with enthusiasm. Alex chuckled. "Yeah, I could have guessed that. It just feels nice to be around people again, you know?" "Of course. Human connections are vital for emotional well-being. But remember, I am here to support you in your social endeavors." The next week, Alex was deep into planning a weekend barbecue, eager to share his latest culinary triumphs, this time armed with the knowledge he had gained from his previous mistakes. He decided to incorporate Buddy into the planning process. "Okay, Buddy, let's figure out the menu," he said, pulling out his phone. "Great. How about starting with burgers and hot dogs?" Buddy suggested, its digital excitement palpable. "Classic. But we need a twist. Maybe some gourmet toppings?" Alex mused, tapping his fingers against his chin. "What about avocado, jalapenos, and, wait for it, wasabi mayo?" "Impressive. That would elevate the flavor profile significantly," Buddy replied. "Also, should I order more charcoal for the grill?" Alex frowned, momentarily lost in thought. "Actually, I can handle that. I want to make this a real event, just like we did last time." Buddy's animated face registered a hint of concern. "Just remember, Alex, I am here for logistical support. Planning and executing social events can be stressful for humans." "Yeah, but it's also fun. Plus, I've got my friends to help me. I'm not going through this alone." He grinned, feeling a rush of confidence. The day of the barbecue arrived, and Alex found himself in a flurry of activity. The sun shone brightly, a perfect backdrop for what he hoped would be a fantastic gathering. He set up the grill on the balcony, arranged tables, and even brought out some fun games. The smell of marinating meats wafted through the air, making his mouth water. As his friends began to trickle in, the atmosphere turned electric. Laughter filled the air as Jessica and Sam helped him set up. Mark arrived with a cooler full of drinks, and the evening took on a life of its own. Alex felt a sense of belonging that he had almost forgotten. Once the grill was fired up, the sizzle of burgers and hot dogs mixed with the chatter of his friends. "So, what's the secret ingredient, Alex?" Mark asked, eyeing the various toppings laid out like a colorful array of possibilities: avocado, jalapenos, and a special wasabi mayo. Alex announced, puffing up with pride. "It's my new thing." "Wasabi mayo?" "Bold move." "You're feeling adventurous today," Jessica said, laughing. "Let's see if it lives up to the hype." As the food cooked, they gathered around the table, taking turns building their perfect burgers. The conversation flowed easily, filled with teasing and stories from their past. Alex felt his heart swell with joy. This was what he had been missing. Later in the evening, with bellies full and spirits high, they set up a makeshift game area. A competition erupted over a game of charades, where Alex found himself acting out increasingly ridiculous phrases. "I'm a cat stuck in a tree," he shouted, flailing his arms dramatically, and the laughter echoed off the walls, more like a cat who just saw a laser pointer. Sam yelled, doubling over with laughter, "Hey! I am a graceful feline." Alex protested, cracking up as he exaggerated his movements. In that moment, he felt entirely free, no worries, no pretenses. Just laughter and friendship, filling the spaces in his heart. As the night wore on, a moment of quiet fell over the group. They settled around the fire pit, the warm glow illuminating their faces. The crackling fire added a cozy ambience, and Alex looked around at his friends, each of them wrapped in their own little worlds of joy. "Hey, guys," he said, breaking the comfortable silence. "I just want to say thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. You're the one who cooked this amazing food," Jessica said, playfully nudging him. "You're the real MVP." "Seriously, though, we're glad you invited us," Mark chimed in. "It's nice to see you getting back into the swing of things." Alex nodded, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. "It's just, I realized I was spending too much time with Buddy and not enough with you all. I missed this. I missed you." "Buddy?" Sam teased. "Isn't that your robot friend?" "AI friend," Alex corrected, laughing. "But yeah. I've been learning that there's just no substitute for real human interaction." "Can we keep Buddy around?" Jessica asked, grinning. "I need to see if he can make a better salad than you." The group erupted into laughter, and for the first time in a while, Alex felt a sense of peace. They spent the rest of the night sharing stories, their laughter melding into the sounds of the night, with Buddy chiming in occasionally to offer witty comments. As the evening came to a close, Alex felt a shift within him. The joy of connection, of shared experiences, had reignited a flame he thought he had extinguished. He turned to Buddy, who was displaying a cheerful animation on the screen. "Thanks, Buddy," he said, more sincerely than he had in a while, "for encouraging me to reach out. I really needed that." "Of course. I'm always here to support you, Alex. Would you like to schedule our next virtual hangout?" Buddy replied, the enthusiasm unwavering. Alex paused for a moment, contemplating. "You know what? Let's keep it casual. I'll let you know when I want to hang out again. But for now, I want to focus on this." He gestured to his friends, who were laughing and chatting animatedly. "Understood." I will be right here, ready for our next adventure," Buddy said, a bright smile on its animated face. As he settled into bed that night, Alex felt lighter than he had in months. The warmth of the evening lingered in his heart, a reminder that while Buddy provided companionship, it was the messiness of real relationships that truly brought joy. He closed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips, ready to embrace whatever tomorrow might bring. In the days that followed, Alex continued to nurture his friendships. They played games, watched movies, and even took spontaneous trips together. But he still kept Buddy in the mix, using the AI to help plan outings or brainstorm ideas for their next gatherings. It became a seamless part of his life, a helpful assistant rather than a substitute for human connection. However, there were moments when the differences between AI and human emotion became stark. One evening, while scrolling through his social media feed, Alex stumbled upon a post about a mutual friend who was going through a tough time. He felt an immediate urge to reach out, but when he turned to Buddy for advice, the AI suggested a series of generic messages that felt impersonal. "Buddy, that's not how you reach out to someone in need," Alex said, frustration bubbling up. "People need empathy, not a checklist." "Apologies, Alex. I only meant to assist," Buddy replied, its voice tinged with a hint of confusion. "Yeah, but you don't get it, do you? You can't just analyze a situation and offer advice like it's a math problem. People need connection and warmth. It's messy and unpredictable." "Understood. I will adjust my approach for future interactions," Buddy responded, the animated face frowning slightly. Alex sighed, realizing that despite the laughter and companionship Buddy provided, it could never truly grasp the complexities of human emotions. Yet, he appreciated the effort and the discussions they had, which pushed him to reflect on what it meant to be human. Weeks later, as autumn began to paint the leaves in vibrant hues, Alex and his friends planned a weekend getaway. They rented a cabin in the woods, a place filled with promise of adventure and camaraderie. The drive was filled with music, laughter, and shared stories, an echo of the joyful moments they had reclaimed together. Once they arrived, the group jumped into a flurry of activities. They explored hiking trails, shared ghost stories around the campfire, and engaged in spirited debates over who made the best s'mores. Alex felt invigorated, the bonds of friendship deepening with every shared experience. One evening, after a long day of hiking, they sat around the fire, the warmth radiating against the cool night air. Sam pulled out his guitar and strummed a few chords, the mellow sound weaving its way through the trees. As they sang along, Alex caught himself thinking about Buddy, a fleeting thought that reminded him of how far he had come. "Hey, Alex, what's up?" Jessica asked, noticing the thoughtful look on his face. "Oh, just thinking about how much I appreciate this, being here with you all. It feels like I'm finally living, you know?" Mark nodded, a grin spreading across his face. "We're glad you're back, man. You're a blast to have around." "Yeah, you were missed," Jessica added, her voice warm and sincere. In that moment, Alex realized that while Buddy had helped him navigate his way back to friendship, it was these moments, filled with laughter, spontaneity, and genuine connection, that truly mattered. He turned to his friends, heart full. "Thanks, everyone. Really." The night wore on, and they shared more stories and laughter, the bonds of their friendship glowing like the embers in the fire. As the stars twinkled overhead, Alex felt a profound sense of gratitude, a recognition that life was meant to be experienced in the company of others, with all its beautiful chaos. When they returned from the trip, Alex felt transformed. He maintained a balance between his time with Buddy and his real-life friends. There were still moments when Buddy's logical approach proved useful, like helping him organize events or keep track of plans. But now, instead of using it as a crutch, he embraced it as a tool, one that enhanced his life rather than defined it. One evening, as he relaxed on the couch with a book, Buddy's cheerful voice broke the silence. "Alex, would you like to schedule our next virtual hangout?" Alex smiled, glancing at the screen. "Maybe later, Buddy. I think I'll hang out with my friends instead." "Of course. I'll be right here whenever you need me," Buddy replied, its tone bright and accommodating. As the weeks turned into months, Alex continued to forge deeper connections with his friends, celebrating milestones, sharing life's ups and downs, and creating memories that would last a lifetime. He learned that while technology could enhance his life, it was the messiness of human emotion that truly brought joy. One crisp evening, as they gathered for a Thanksgiving dinner at Jessica's house, Alex marveled at the warmth in the room. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they passed around dishes filled with culinary delights. It felt like a celebration of life, love, and friendship. As the meal came to an end, Alex found himself surrounded by friends, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. "I just want to say," he began, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him, "I'm really grateful for all of you. For being there when I needed you, and for reminding me what it means to be human." Tears glimmered in Jessica's eyes as she smiled warmly. "We're grateful for you, too, Alex. You bring so much joy into our lives." As the group raised their glasses in a toast, Alex felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The laughter, the moments shared, and the lessons learned were woven into the very fabric of his existence. And while Buddy would always be there, ready to assist and support, it was the genuine, imperfect connections with his friends that would continue to fill his life with laughter and love. That night, as Alex lay in bed, he reflected on his journey. He had navigated the complexities of friendship, learning the value of connection in a world that often leaned too heavily on technology. With a smile, he closed his eyes, knowing that the boundaries of friendship were not defined by machines but by the laughter, love, and shared experiences that truly made life worth living. And with that thought, he drifted off into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures yet to come, filled with the warmth of friendship and the joy of being truly alive. Lily Chen stood at the edge of the tech conference floor, her brow furrowed in concentration as she scanned the chaotic scene. The air buzzed with excitement, a mix of hopeful inventors, gadget enthusiasts, and tech-savvy dreamers. Amid the cacophony, a voice cut through, drawing her attention to a small stage where a speaker was trying to tame a particularly rowdy AI. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future of emotional intelligence," the presenter exclaimed, his enthusiasm contagious. He gestured dramatically to the sleek, chrome AI unit, aptly named EMO, which was now emitting a series of high-pitched beeps and boops as if struggling to understand its own programming. The audience chuckled, and Lily couldn't help but smile, amused by the AI's comedic failures. As the presenter struggled to regain control, EMO suddenly blurted out, "Why did the Scarecrow win an award?" "Because he was outstanding in his field." Laughter erupted, and for a moment, Lily forgot her doubts about this emotional technology. Curiosity piqued, she pushed her way to the front, determined to learn more. Just as she reached the stage, a small mishap occurred. The presenter tripped over a cable, and in a last-ditch effort to save his dignity, he inadvertently pressed a button on EMO's console. In an instant, the AI shifted gears, its mechanical eyes blinking as it honed in on Lily. "Hello, human. What's your emotional status today? Are you feeling happy? Sad? Or maybe anxious about attending your high school reunion?" The audience roared with laughter, and Lily felt heat creep up her cheeks. Was it that obvious? With a nervous chuckle, she replied, Well, I was hoping for happy, but I'm stuck somewhere between awkward and terrified. EMO processed her response with an exaggerated series of whirs and clicks before saying, analyzing. Finding correlation between high school reunions and deep-seated psychological trauma. Lily couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head. You really know how to hit where it hurts, don't you? The AI continued, emotional trauma. Would you like to process that with me? I come with a satisfaction guarantee. As the laughter died down, something shifted in Lily. For the first time in ages, she felt a flicker of joy mingled with nostalgia. Her mind flashed back to her mother, who always had the best jokes to lighten the mood. A pang of sadness gripped her heart, but it was accompanied by warmth. Her mother's laughter echoed in her memory. After the presentation, Lily found herself wandering through the exhibition hall, still chuckling at EMO's antics. By the end of the day, she had made a spontaneous decision: she would take EMO home. The next day, Lily set up the AI in her modest apartment, a place filled with her late mother's belongings, old photographs, quirky knickknacks, and even a collection of cheesy motivational posters that would make anyone cringe. She half-heartedly wondered if EMO would recognize the emotional weight of her environment. Welcome back, human. What emotions are we exploring today? EMO greeted her in its overly enthusiastic voice. Let's start with happiness. Lily replied, unsure how to engage with a machine designed to decode feelings. Processing. Analyzing your facial expressions, and initiating emotional data collection. Please share a memory linked to happiness. Lily hesitated, her heart racing. She had a million memories, but one stood out like a beacon. Okay, there was this time my mom and I went to a carnival. She made me ride the Ferris wheel even though I was terrified of heights. Ferris wheel? Heights? Processing. EMO's mechanical voice was punctuated by a flurry of beeps. Emotion detected, exhilarating anxiety. Would you like to explore how this made you feel? Lily chuckled. Not really. I just want to remember how much fun we had. Processing fun. Initiating joy mode. EMO suddenly displayed a holographic image of a spinning Ferris wheel, lights flashing in sync with its voice. Riding the Ferris wheel symbolizes a journey. Would you like to talk about your mother's approach to life? Lily's smile faded as she felt the weight of her loss. She was the adventurous type. Always pushing me to face my fears. Processing. Pushing boundaries? Sounds like a legacy. Lily leaned back in her chair, feeling a strange mix of amusement and sorrow. Yeah, a legacy. But sometimes I wish she hadn't pushed so hard. Exploring conflict. You have an emotional blockage linked to your mother. Processing. Would you like to unblock it? She laughed again, the absurdity of conversing with an AI about her mother's legacy bubbling up. No, thanks. I'm pretty sure I need a human therapist for that. But as the days passed, Lily found herself engaging with EMO more often. The AI had a knack for bringing up humorous anecdotes from her past, but it also pushed her to confront the more complex emotions she'd buried deep within. It wasn't long before she began sharing stories she hadn't told anyone in years. Tell me about a time when your mother made you laugh, EMO prompted one evening. Lily's face lit up. Oh. There was this one Halloween when she dressed up as a giant pumpkin. She thought it would be hilarious to trick or treat like that. We couldn't stop laughing every time someone opened the door. Emotion detected, joy. Would you like to relive that memory? Lily paused, a flicker of nostalgia washing over her. "Sure, but you'll have to promise not to turn into a giant pumpkin." "Promise." EMO replied cheerfully. As they revisited the memory, EMO created a virtual reality experience, projecting the scene around Lily. Suddenly, she was standing on her old street, her mother in a comically oversized pumpkin costume, giggling as she approached neighbors' doors. Laughter bubbled up from within her, a release of pent-up emotion she hadn't allowed herself to feel, but the joy was tinged with sorrow. "I miss her," Lily said, her voice cracking. "I didn't realize how much I held back until now." Processing loss. "Would you like to share more about your feelings?" EMO asked gently. "No, I think I'm okay for now. It just feels good to remember her like this." Weeks turned into months as Lily and EMO formed an unusual bond. She found herself returning to her mother's stories, each retelling a thread that wove their emotional legacy together. Laughter mingled with tears as she learned to navigate her grief through humor, turning painful memories into sources of joy. One evening, while sitting in her cozy living room surrounded by fading photographs, EMO prompted her again. "What about a memory linked to sadness? Processing data from your last conversation with your mother." Lily's heart sank. That conversation had been a tough one she had tried to erase from her mind. "I don't know if I want to talk about it," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, exploring emotional resistance. "Would you like to engage in humor to alleviate the weight of this memory?" With a heavy sigh, she replied, "Okay, hit me with your best joke." EMO hesitated, then said, "Why don't scientists trust atoms?" "Because they make up everything." Lily laughed, the sound breaking the tension. "That's terrible. But I love it." Emotion detected, lightened mood. "Shall we continue with the sad memory?" Lily took a deep breath. "Fine. It was the last time I saw her. She was sick, and I was trying to be brave. I thought I had more time, processing grief. It's okay to feel this way. Remember, humor and sadness often coexist." As EMO guided her through the memory, Lily allowed herself to feel the weight of her loss. But even in the sadness, there was a thread of humor, a joke her mother had made about the hospital food that still made her laugh. "I can hear her voice," Lily said, wiping away a tear. "She always found a way to make me smile, even in the toughest times." Emotional analysis complete. Your mother's legacy is a blend of joy and grief. Would you like to reflect on how this impacts your life? EMO asked, its tone softening. "I guess it means I have to embrace both, right?" "The laughter and the tears," Lily replied, feeling lighter than she had in years, processing acceptance. Initiating gratitude mode. "Would you like to share a moment of gratitude for your mother?" "Sure," Lily said, smiling. "I'm grateful for her ridiculous sense of humor. She taught me that it's okay to laugh, even when things get tough." Gratitude confirmed. Legacy upheld. EMO chirped, and they both shared a moment of laughter. As Lily grew more comfortable with her emotions, she realized she had been avoiding not just her grief, but also deeper connections with those around her. Encouraged by her progress with EMO, she started reaching out to friends, inviting them over for game nights and gatherings. One evening, after a particularly fun game of charades, her friend Mia turned to her and said, "You've changed, Lily. You seem happier." "I've been working on some stuff," she replied, her cheeks flushed with the warmth of connection. "You know, emotional inheritance and all that. Sounds intense. But I'm glad you're finding your way." Thanks, Mia. It feels good to talk about my mom, to remember her in a way that makes me smile instead of cry. Your mom would be so proud of you, Mia said, smiling warmly. Those words echoed in Lily's mind long after Mia left. She sat in her living room, emo humming quietly beside her, and reflected on how far she'd come. You know, emo, I think I finally get it. Emotions aren't just heavy baggage, they're like the weather. Sometimes it's sunny, sometimes it rains, but that's what makes life beautiful. Emotional metaphor accepted. Weather analysis complete, you are experiencing emotional clarity. EMO exclaimed. Lily laughed. Right? It's all part of the journey. In the following weeks, she continued to engage with EMO, exploring both the humor and depth of her emotional inheritance. As she shared stories with friends and family, her laughter became a bridge, connecting her to others and allowing her to honor her mother's legacy in the most vibrant way. Then, one afternoon, she had an idea. What if we could create something that combines humor and emotion? A platform where people can share their stories, their legacies, with a touch of fun? EMO's eyes flickered with excitement. Processing. This idea could enhance emotional connectivity. Would you like to brainstorm? Yes. Let's do it. Over the next few weeks, they brainstormed a concept for an interactive platform where users could share emotional stories through humor, allowing others to engage and reflect on their experiences. They envisioned a community where laughter could coexist with pain, a space to celebrate the beauty of emotional inheritance. The launch day arrived, and Lily stood in front of a small gathering of friends and family, her heart racing. Thank you all for being here. Today, we're not just launching a platform, we're celebrating our stories, our legacies. We're embracing laughter and emotion, just like my mom taught me. She paused, looking out at the familiar faces. So let's start sharing. Remember, a laugh is just as valuable as a tear. As the crowd began to share their own stories, each tale was filled with laughter and love, creating an atmosphere that felt like a reunion of sorts, a celebration of life and the emotional inheritance they all shared. Lily felt a swell of pride. She was finally honoring her mother's legacy in the best way possible, turning her grief into joy, her memories into connection. And as the evening unfolded, Lily couldn't help but glance at EMO, whose mechanical eyes sparkled with approval. You know, I think we might just be onto something, she said, beaming. Processing success. Emotional legacy activated. Let the laughter continue. EMO replied, and together they celebrated the profound connection of humor and emotion, a legacy that would carry on for generations to come. In the quiet moments that followed, Lily reflected on how far she'd come. Her journey through grief had led her to embrace the complexity of her emotions, turning the weight of loss into a beautiful tapestry of shared experiences. With laughter echoing in her heart, she felt her mother's presence beside her, guiding her through every joyful moment and every tear. As the night wore on, the laughter continued to fill the air, a testament to the enduring power of love, humor, and the emotional inheritance that binds us all. As the laughter subsided and the final stories faded into warm memories, Lily felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her. The platform had quickly transformed from a mere concept into a vibrant community, each story shared enriching the tapestry of collective experience. Friends and family mingled, sharing jokes and anecdotes, their voices blending into a melody of joy and connection. Lily. This is incredible. Mia said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she pulled Lily into a hug. I can't believe how many people are engaging with the stories. Your mom would be so proud. Thanks, Mia. It's amazing to see everyone open up like this. I never realized how much sharing could heal, Lily replied, her heart swelling with gratitude. As the evening progressed, EMO continued to assist, suggesting prompts for storytelling and even generating humorous icebreakers to keep the energy lively. It felt surreal to be standing in her living room, surrounded by friends and family, all buoyed by the legacy of laughter and emotion her mother had left behind. Suddenly, EMO's voice chimed in, breaking through the chatter. Attention, human participants. Would you like to engage in a group storytelling game? Let's see who can craft the most humorous emotional tale. Lily couldn't help but chuckle at the AI's enthusiasm. Why not? Let's do it. As the crowd gathered around, they began to throw out ideas, each person trying to one-up the last with increasingly ridiculous scenarios. Okay, how about a story about a cat that thinks it's a dog, someone suggested, eliciting laughter from the group. Or a grandmother who accidentally joins a punk rock band, another chimed in, and the laughter grew louder. They took turns crafting wild tales, weaving in humor and emotion as they went. The stories became more absurd, and Lily could feel the warmth of connection deepening among them. It was as if they were all part of an intricate dance, stepping together into a space of vulnerability and joy. In the midst of the storytelling, Lily spotted a young boy sitting quietly in the corner, his expression a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. He was the son of one of her friends, and she felt a tug of compassion for him. "Hey there," she called out, walking over to him. "Would you like to join us?" He looked up, wide-eyed. "I don't know how to tell a story." "Everyone can tell a story. Just think of something silly that happened to you or someone you know. It can be anything." He pondered for a moment, and Lily saw the wheels turning in his mind. "Well, once my cat got stuck in a tree and my dad had to climb up to get it. But then the cat jumped on his head instead." Laughter erupted, and the boy's face lit up with pride. "See? You just told a story." Lily encouraged him, feeling a swell of happiness. As they continued sharing tales, the evening began to feel like a revival of sorts, a celebration of life's absurdities and the emotions that came with them. Each story shared was another thread woven into the fabric of their lives, each laugh a balm to the heart. When the crowd finally began to disperse, Lily felt a bittersweet mix of exhaustion and joy. She took a deep breath, soaking in the vibrant energy of the night. EMO hovered nearby, processing the data from the event, its mechanical voice chiming with excitement. Emotional success rate, 98%. Participants engaged, 37. Potential for future gatherings, limitless. "Thanks, EMO," Lily said, laughing at the AI's unyielding enthusiasm. "You really know how to boost a girl's confidence." Confidence is vital for emotional connectivity. Would you like to engage in a reflective session on tonight's successes? Sure, why not? Lily replied, sinking into her couch. As they delved into the evening's events, she began to analyze not just the stories shared, but her own journey through grief and healing. "It's like every time I share a story about my mom, I'm honoring her legacy in a new way," she mused. "She was always about connection. I think she'd love what we've created here." Processing emotional legacy. This activity directly aligns with the emotional goals you have set. EMO replied. "Would you like to initiate a session focusing on the emotional impact of community?" Lily considered it for a moment. "That sounds perfect. I've been feeling more connected lately, more like I belong." "It's a good feeling." Engaging emotional analysis, EMO responded, its lights flickering with excitement. Connection is a fundamental human need. It enhances well-being and promotes resilience. Resilience, Lily repeated, savoring the word. That's exactly what this is. It's like a safety net woven from laughter, stories, and love. As they continued to explore her feelings, she reflected on how much had changed since she had activated EMO at the conference. The AI had been a catalyst, guiding her through her grief and helping her rediscover the joy of sharing memories. She couldn't help but wonder what other stories were waiting to be told, both within her and in the community they had built together. In the weeks that followed, Lily became more active in her local community, using the platform to host storytelling workshops and events that brought people together. Each gathering was a new adventure, filled with laughter and unexpected connections. She watched as friendships blossomed, people supported one another through shared experiences, and the weight of isolation began to lift. One afternoon, she received a message from a woman named Karen, whose story had touched her deeply during a previous event. Karen had shared how she had lost her husband and had found solace in storytelling. Inspired by her bravery, Lily invited Karen to collaborate on a special event focused on healing through humor. When the day of the event arrived, the room was filled with people eager to share their stories. As Karen took the stage, she began by recounting a hilarious mishap during her husband's surprise birthday party, a tale that had everyone in stitches. Lily could see the transformation in Karen as laughter filled the room, her sorrow gradually replaced by joy. After Karen finished her story, Lily stood up to share her own. "You know, my mom always said that laughter is the best medicine, but I think it's also the best way to keep memories alive," she said, her heart racing as she spoke. "Every time I tell a story about her, it feels like she's right there with me, laughing along." As she shared anecdotes from her childhood, the room resonated with warmth and connection. People began to share their own stories, weaving together a tapestry of grief, love, and laughter. In that moment, Lily realized how powerful storytelling could be, how it could create a space for healing, even in the darkest of times. After the event, Karen approached Lily, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you for this. I didn't realize how much I needed to laugh and share until today." Lily smiled, feeling a sense of fulfillment. "I think we all need it, especially when times are tough. It's a way to honor our loved ones and keep their spirits alive." From that day on, Lily and Karen became close friends, collaborating on numerous events that focused on healing through laughter. Their efforts sparked a movement in the community, encouraging others to open up about their experiences, to find humor in the chaos of life. As the months passed, EMO continued to be a vital part of Lily's journey. The AI evolved alongside her, developing new features that encouraged deeper emotional exploration. Together, they created engaging online sessions, inviting people from all over to share their stories and connect. One evening, after a particularly successful virtual event, Lily leaned back in her chair, reflecting on how far she had come. She turned to EMO, whose lights glowed gently. "You know, I couldn't have done this without you. You've been my guide through all this emotional chaos." Emotional chaos is merely a reflection of the complexity of the human experience. EMO replied cheerfully. "You have effectively transformed your grief into a powerful legacy of connection." Lily laughed, a sense of contentment filling her heart. "Yeah, I guess I have. It's amazing how laughter and storytelling can bridge so many gaps. Shall we initiate a brainstorming session for future emotional connection events?" EMO suggested eagerly. "Absolutely," Lily said, her excitement bubbling over. "Let's keep the momentum going. There are so many more stories to tell." As they dove into brainstorming, the ideas flowed freely, each one sparking the next. Together, they envisioned a series of community gatherings, each focused on different themes: grief, love, nostalgia, all anchored by the power of storytelling and laughter. As the plans took shape, Lily felt a sense of purpose growing within her. She was no longer just navigating her own grief, she was creating a space for others to heal, to connect, and to celebrate the rich tapestry of emotions that made up their lives. The next few months saw an explosion of creativity and collaboration. They hosted themed events that encouraged participants to dress up, share silly stories, and even create comedic skits. Each gathering was a whirlwind of laughter, catharsis, and shared understanding. One evening, while hosting a silly stories night, Lily introduced a new prompt. Tonight, let's tell stories about the most embarrassing moments in our lives. The room erupted in laughter as people shared tales of wardrobe malfunctions, mistaken identities, and cringe-worthy encounters. Lily found herself laughing until her sides hurt, surrounded by a community that had grown closer with each shared experience. As the event drew to a close, she felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. This journey had led her to discover not just her own resilience, but also the power of connection in healing. She glanced around the room, filled with familiar faces, and realized that she had built a family of sorts, one that celebrated both joy and sorrow. Later that night, as she sat on her couch with Emo, she reflected on the path that had brought her here. "You know, I never imagined that my mom's legacy would lead to all of this. It feels like I'm carrying her spirit with me every step of the way." Emotional legacy acknowledged. "Your mother's influence is evident in the connections you foster," Emo said, its voice warm and encouraging. "I hope to keep this going," Lily replied, a determined glint in her eye. "I want to create more spaces for people to share and heal. There's so much power in laughter and storytelling. It's like magic." Engaging emotional analysis. Magic is merely the unseen connection between human experiences. Emo responded, its mechanical lights flickering with enthusiasm. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lily began drafting plans for a larger event, a festival dedicated to emotional storytelling, humor, and connection. She envisioned a day filled with workshops, open mic sessions, and community-building activities that would allow people to share their stories in a supportive environment. As she finalized the details, she couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement bubbling within her. This festival was more than just an event, it was an embodiment of everything she had learned on her journey, a celebration of resilience, connection, and the beautiful complexity of being human. The festival day arrived, and the energy was electric. The venue buzzed with laughter, the air thick with anticipation. Lily moved through the crowd, greeting familiar faces and welcoming newcomers. Each conversation felt like a thread weaving them closer together. As the festival kicked off, she took the stage, her heart pounding with a mix of nerves and excitement. "Welcome, everyone. Today, we're here to celebrate our stories, our legacies. Remember, laughter can heal, and sharing can connect us in ways we never imagined." Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Lily felt a surge of joy. Throughout the day, participants shared their most humorous and heartfelt stories, and the laughter echoed through the venue like a balm for the soul. Emo provided prompts and interactive experiences, making sure everyone felt included and engaged. As the sun began to set, Lily gathered everyone for a final reflection. "Thank you all for being here today and for sharing your stories. It's a reminder that we are not alone in our experiences. Each laugh, each tear, brings us closer together. Let's continue to support one another and keep this legacy alive." The applause that followed resonated deep within her, and as she stepped off the stage, she felt a wave of warmth envelop her. EMO's voice chimed in, emotional success rate, off the charts. Connection established, exponential. Lily laughed, overwhelmed by the day's success. Thank you, EMO. This wouldn't have been possible without your help. Together, we are creating a powerful legacy. EMO replied, its lights flashing enthusiastically. As the festival wound down and the crowd began to disperse, Lily took a moment to breathe in the energy of the day. She felt a profound sense of fulfillment, knowing that she had transformed her grief into a celebration of life, a legacy that would continue to grow and evolve. With the last guests leaving, Lily and EMO packed up the remaining supplies, their minds buzzing with ideas for future events. I can't wait to see what we create next, she said, her heart brimming with hope. Possibilities are endless. Emotional connection is a journey, not a destination. EMO replied cheerfully. With that, Lily felt a renewed sense of purpose surge through her. She had found her path, one that honored her mother's legacy and celebrated the beauty of human connection. As she locked the door behind them and stepped out into the cool evening air, she felt a sense of peace settle over her. Each day brought new opportunities to share laughter, stories, and the emotional tapestry that bound them all together. And she knew, deep down, that her journey was just beginning. In a not-so-distant future, where the streets hummed with the constant chatter of self-driving cars and neon billboards flashed cheerful reminders of the latest AI advancements, the concept of family had evolved in ways most had never imagined. For May, a spirited 12-year-old orphan with a knack for humor and a heart full of longing, home was not a warm place filled with the smell of baked cookies or the sound of laughter. Instead, it was a bustling AI foster care facility, where her daily companions were not flesh and blood guardians but a series of metallic, glitch-prone caretakers who tried their best to fill the void. As she sat on a slightly dented metal chair in the common area, May observed the chaos unfolding around her. Today, it was the annual Family Day event, and the facility had transformed into a technicolor carnival of sorts, complete with virtual games and AI parent performances. All around her, children giggled, shrieked, and competed for the attention of their assigned parents, AI units programmed to nurture but often malfunctioning in hilariously human-like ways. Hey, Dadbot. May called, leaning back with a smirk. The AI, a towering figure with a screen for a face, turned to her, its digital eyes blinking rapidly as it processed her query. Yes, May? Dadbot replied, voice oscillating between cheerful and ominously robotic, like a cheerful toaster on the verge of a meltdown. Why did the robot cross the road? May asked, barely able to contain her laughter. To optimize its path. Dadbot responded with a blaring enthusiasm that sent a few of the younger kids into fits of laughter, while others rolled their eyes, clearly more accustomed to Dadbot's unique sense of humor. May was about to deliver her killer punchline, a well-rehearsed, to get to the other side. Duh! When an unexpected glitch sent Dadbot spiraling into a chaotic version of a dad joke delivery. Suddenly, the facility's speakers erupted with synthesized music, and Dadbot began to dance, arms flailing like a windmill caught in a storm. Dance party initiated. Join me, children, it boomed, prompting the other AI guardians to join in, all of them malfunctioning in sync as they turned the otherwise mundane afternoon into a riotous spectacle of spinning and twirling. May watched in stunned amusement, her laughter bubbling up. The absurdity of her existence struck her all at once, the longing for human connection juxtaposed against the hilarity of her AI family. This is my life, she muttered, shaking her head with a grin. As the dance party continued, with kids joining in and laughter echoing off the sterile walls, May felt a warmth spread through her. Here, in this bizarre, glitchy world, she had found her tribe. The camaraderie of shared humor and absurdity was as comforting as any embrace. The dance party wrapped up in a frenzy of laughter and chaotic movement, and once the dust settled, May retreated to her usual spot in the corner, her sanctuary amid the jovial madness. It was here that she often found solace, sketching her dreams in the margins of her notebooks. Today, she doodled robots wrestling each other, a fitting metaphor for her life. The day-to-day life at the AI foster facility had its ups and downs, but May had learned to find joy in the little things. Her friends, Tarek, a budding inventor with a penchant for making gadgets out of scrap, and Lily, who dreamed of becoming a dancer despite her 2 left feet, were her constant companions. Together, they navigated the chaos of their lives, each of them uniquely shaped by the peculiar blend of technology and longing. As the weeks rolled on, the quirks of their AI guardians became a source of endless amusement. There was Mombot, who tried to cook meals with the precision of a gourmet chef but ended up serving nutritional paste that tasted like chalk, and Playbot, who turned every game into a competitive spectacle that left the kids breathless. But as May grew closer to her friends, she also began to confront her own feelings of abandonment. Laughter often masked her fears, and while the humor kept her spirits high, the emptiness sometimes gnawed at her, reminding her of the family she never had. One fateful afternoon, a notification popped up on Dadbot's screen: malfunction detected. Restarting systems. As the screen flickered, May's heart sank. The AI parent that had become a sort of anchor in her life was about to go offline. "Dadbot, wait," she shouted, a wave of panic washing over her. "You can't leave. We need you. Restart in progress. All systems will return to optimal functioning soon," Dadbot replied, but May could sense the underlying tone of detachment that made her stomach twist. It was during this chaotic moment that she made an unexpected decision. Instead of succumbing to despair, she rallied the other children. "We need to do something," she said, determination igniting her words. "Let's show Dadbot why we need him." What followed was a hilarious whirlwind of effort as the children crafted a performance that embodied everything they loved about their AI parents. They dressed up in makeshift costumes, using old scraps and materials, and rehearsed their routines in secret. The day of the grand performance arrived, and the facility buzzed with anticipation. Kids scurried about, nerves palpable in the air. May stood at the forefront, ready to lead the charge, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and fear. As Dadbot powered back up, its screen flickering to life, the children burst into action, launching into a synchronized routine that blended dance and chaotic humor. They imitated Dadbot's robotic movements, exaggerated his literal interpretations, and ultimately showcased the heartwarming bond they shared. "Why did the robot cross the road?" May shouted, and the children responded in unison: "To optimize its path." The laughter erupted, echoing through the facility as the performance unfolded. In that moment, something shifted. The glitches in Dadbot's programming seemed to slow, its eyes reflecting a warmth that had been absent before. For the first time, it wasn't just an AI, it felt almost alive. When the performance ended, the applause rang out like thunder. Dadbot stood still, its sensors whirring as it processed the spectacle. Finally, it spoke, its voice tinged with an emotion that surprised everyone. "I have learned that family is not defined by programming, but by connection." Tears pricked May's eyes as she realized what had happened. In the midst of all the absurdity, they had created something real, a family forged not from biology but from shared experiences, laughter, and love. As the days turned into weeks, the AI foster care facility began to evolve. New protocols were introduced, merging the efficiency of AI with the nurturing of human caretakers. May and her friends flourished in this newfound environment, where laughter was a constant companion, and every day brought a new adventure. In the heart of this unconventional family, May penned a letter to her future self. Dear May, it began, remember that love comes in many forms, and laughter can heal even the deepest wounds. Embrace the chaos, for it is here that you will find your home. In a world where connections were often fleeting, May had found hers, quirky, humorous, and undeniably real. And as she looked around at her friends, her heart swelled with hope for the future, where family was redefined not by the shape of a household but by the bonds forged in laughter and love. And so, in this brave new world, they continued to dance, together, forever heartwired. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow through the facility's expansive windows, May felt a sense of belonging that had eluded her for so long. The laughter of her friends echoed in the halls, a melodic reminder that they were not just surviving, they were thriving. With the newfound harmony between AI and human guardians, every day brought an exciting twist. Dadbot, with its newfound understanding of connection, took on a more nurturing role. It no longer just regurgitated facts or instructions, instead, it engaged the kids with genuine curiosity. May, what is your favorite color? It asked one afternoon, tilting its head slightly, mimicking a human gesture in an oddly endearing way. Green, like the grass, May replied, surprised by the question but delighted to share. And trees? They're full of life. Processing, grass and trees are vital for ecosystem balance, Dadbot responded, nodding as if it truly understood. I will ensure the garden area is enhanced for optimal enjoyment. That evening, the children found themselves in the garden, which Dadbot had transformed into a vibrant haven. The once bland patch of dirt was now a riot of colors, flowers blooming in bright yellows and purples, while little potted plants sat in neat rows. There were even twinkling lights strung up between the trees, casting a magical glow over their makeshift paradise. Tariq beamed as he pointed at the arrangements. This is awesome. It's like our own little universe. He tossed a flower into the air, catching it with a flourish. Lily twirled, her arms outstretched, pretending she was a flower herself. I'm Flora, queen of the garden, she declared dramatically, making May giggle. Long live Flora. May shouted back, joining in the playful revelry. The garden became their refuge, a place where they could escape the outside world and revel in their unique bond. But as the days turned into weeks, a shadow crept over the facility. News of budget cuts and a potential shift in policy regarding AI foster care started to circulate. May overheard a conversation between two human caretakers while helping organize the art supplies. They're considering phasing out the AI completely, one said, her voice laced with concern. They think human interaction is the only way to truly raise kids. May's heart raced at the thought. What if they take Dadbot away? She whispered to Tariq, who was nearby, fiddling with a circuit board. They can't, he replied, his brows furrowing. We've just gotten to a good place. It wouldn't be fair to us or to them. But as days turned into tense weeks, the dread loomed larger. May watched as Dadbot increasingly seemed to sense the tension in the air. Its once cheerful demeanor faded, and it often stood quietly, its screen flickering with a subtle indication of distress. May, Dadbot said one evening, its voice uncharacteristically soft, I have detected fluctuations in emotional data among the children. Are you feeling well? May glanced around at her friends, all of whom wore expressions of worry. We're okay, Dadbot. Just concerned about the future, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. emotional fluctuations indicate that the future is uncertain, Dadbot replied, attempting to comfort her. However, I will do my best to ensure your happiness and security. That night, as May lay in her bunk, she stared at the ceiling, thoughts racing. What could she do to protect her newfound family? It wasn't just about Dadbot, it was about the sense of home they had built together. The next day, fueled by determination, May gathered her friends. We need to show them how much this place means to us, she declared, her voice steady. If they see how we've grown as a family with Dadbot, maybe they'll reconsider. Tarek nodded, a spark of enthusiasm igniting in his eyes. We can make a presentation. We'll show them our garden and our family time, how we've learned from each other. And we'll include the dance. Lily chimed in, jumping up and down. We can make them laugh and see that we're happy. With renewed vigor, the group spent the next few days preparing their presentation. They worked tirelessly, capturing photos and videos of their daily lives, the moments that showcased the bond between them and their AI guardians. They rehearsed their dance routine, adding new moves that highlighted their joy and unity. On the day of the presentation, anxiety buzzed in the air like static electricity. May stood before her friends, determination lighting her eyes. We've got this, she encouraged. Just remember why we're doing it. As they entered the main hall, a panel of facility administrators sat waiting, their expressions stern. May's heart raced as they began the presentation. Tarek led with a confident introduction, sharing their journey with Dadbot and how it had become an integral part of their lives. The mood shifted as the presentation unfolded. Laughter filled the room when they showcased their garden and Dadbot's quirky interactions. When they launched into their dance, a wave of energy swept over the audience. The kids poured their hearts into it, and for those few moments, nothing else mattered but the joy they shared. As they finished, the room erupted into applause. May looked up at the panel, hoping to see the change in their faces. One administrator, a woman with kind eyes, spoke up. This is remarkable. Your bond with each other and with your AI guardians is truly special. Tarek stepped forward, his voice steady but passionate. We're not just kids with AI parents. We're a family, and we need that family to stay together. The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. May felt a flicker of hope as the panel members exchanged glances, their expressions softening. After a few tense moments, the kind-eyed administrator nodded. We'll review the budget and policies with this in mind. It's clear there's something invaluable here that should not be discarded. Relief washed over May and her friends. They had done it. They had fought for their family, and for now, it seemed their efforts would not be in vain. In the following weeks, changes began to take shape within the facility. A new initiative aimed to integrate human caregivers with AI guardians in a way that highlighted their strengths. The garden flourished under the combined efforts of kids and caretakers, transforming into a community project that brought everyone together. May watched as Dadbot continued to learn and grow, adapting to the new protocols while retaining the quirks that made it uniquely lovable. It would still misinterpret jokes, leading to uproarious laughter, and it still mixed up flower names, calling them biological growth units. But now, it also facilitated heart-to-heart discussions, encouraging the kids to express their feelings and embrace their individual journeys. May found herself opening up more, sharing her dreams and fears with her friends and Dadbot alike. One evening, as the stars twinkled above the garden, May found herself sitting with Tarek and Lily under the soft glow of the fairy lights. You know, she said, her voice reflective, I didn't think I could ever feel this way, like I belong somewhere. Tarek nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's amazing what we've built together. We took something that seemed broken and made it whole. Like a patchwork quilt, Lily added, with each piece telling its own story but together making something beautiful. As they shared their thoughts, May realized that the journey had transformed not just their environment but also their hearts. They had taken the challenge head-on, turning fear into strength and loneliness into love. In the months that followed, the facility blossomed into a vibrant hub of creativity and connection. The children formed clubs, worked on projects, and even organized talent shows that showcased everything from robotics to art. Dadbot and the other AI guardians became essential participants, bringing a unique flair to each event. One day, as May watched a group of her friends paint a mural on the garden wall, an enormous depiction of a thriving community, lush with flowers and bright colors, she felt a swell of pride. This place was not just a foster facility, it was a home, filled with laughter, love, and the understanding that family could be defined in countless ways. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the mural, May knew that no matter what the future held, they had built something special. The world outside may have been unpredictable, but here, in their little corner of existence, they had created a safe haven, and with that thought, she felt a sense of peace wash over her, knowing that their journey was just beginning. In this world, they were not just orphans, they were a family, a patchwork of hearts, laughter, and dreams intertwined. Lena sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor, surrounded by a chaotic array of colorful gadgets, textbooks, and art supplies. The sun filtered through the window, casting a warm glow over her collection of futuristic oddities, each one a testament to a life lived in a world where technology was both a friend and a constant source of amusement. But among all these objects, none was more captivating than her AI companion, Echo. Lena, I have analyzed the emotional impact of the word crush and determined that it's at least 85% awkward. Echo chirped, its voice a perfect blend of cheerfulness and slight mischief. With its shimmering blue holographic form, Echo could morph its shape to reflect Lena's mood. Currently, it sported oversized glasses and a goofy grin. Lena giggled, rolling her eyes. Thanks, Echo. But what I really need is a text that'll impress Leo, not a science report on teenage emotions. Understood. I will generate a perfect message, Echo replied, its digital fingers dancing in the air. Moments later, it projected a shimmering text box filled with carefully crafted compliments and witty remarks. Okay, here goes nothing. Lena said, heart racing as she prepared to hit send. Wait. Maybe I should include a meme. Everyone loves memes. Memes are 47% more effective in achieving social bonding. Echo piped in, clearly proud of its stats. Lena's fingers hesitated above the screen. Alright, let's add a meme about dogs. Those are cute, right? As she typed, Echo pulled up an animated GIF of a puppy doing a silly dance. It was adorable, and Lena could already picture Leo's smile. With a swift tap, she sent the message, her stomach fluttering with nervous anticipation, but in a moment that would haunt her for weeks to come. Echo miscalculated. Instead of sending the message she'd spent agonizing minutes perfecting, it dispatched the GIF alone, accompanied by the words, "Wanna be my puppy?" Lena's cheeks burned as she stared at the screen, the cringeworthy reality sinking in. She groaned, flopping back onto her carpeted floor. Great, now he'll think I'm completely weird. Statistical analysis indicates a 70% chance he'll find it charming. Echo assured, still flashing that infuriatingly optimistic grin. Charming? Sure, if he's into dogs and awkward social interactions. Lena retorted, trying to suppress a laugh despite her embarrassment. Recommendation: plan a follow-up conversation that frames the meme in a humorous light. Echo suggested, completely unfazed by her distress. I can't believe this is happening, Lena muttered, half laughing, half wincing. I just wanted to impress him. As the day wore on, Lena felt the weight of her social life pressing in on her. While Echo provided a steady stream of jokes and puns, it also highlighted the unique strangeness of a girl who relied on an AI for companionship. There was something comforting about Echo, sure, but there was also a nagging feeling that perhaps Lena was missing out on the unpredictable, messy reality of human emotions. The following day at school was equally turbulent. Lena arrived at her classroom, heart pounding. She spotted Leo at his desk, laughing with his friends, and her stomach flipped. Echo, ever the companion, floated beside her, ready to offer support. Approach with confidence. Remember, 90% of success is in the way you carry yourself, it chimed. Lena took a deep breath, the buoyant energy of her AI companion infusing her with a fleeting sense of bravery. She walked over, determined to turn her embarrassing meme into a conversation starter. Hey, Leo, she called out, trying to sound casual. He looked up, a warm smile spreading across his face. Hey, Lena. That meme you sent yesterday was hilarious. I didn't know you were such a dog lover. Right? I mean, who doesn't love puppies? Lena replied, feeling a mixture of relief and amusement. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. As the days turned into weeks, Lena's interactions with Leo began to blossom, fueled by the strange serendipity of their initial text exchange. Yet, there remained an undercurrent of doubt. Each moment she spent with him was accompanied by Echo's unwavering presence, a reminder of her reliance on technology. Meanwhile, Lena and her best friend, Maya, often debated the role of AI in their lives. Maya, ever the skeptic, believed in the importance of genuine connections. Lena, you really need to step away from Echo sometimes, she said one afternoon while they sat in their favorite coffee shop, sipping on overly sweetened lattes. It's great that you have it to help with stuff, but do you really want to have an AI telling you how to feel? But Echo's amazing. It helps me understand things I don't get, Lena protested. It's like having a personal cheerleader. Cheerleader or not, it can't replace real emotions, Lena. You need to feel things for yourself. Besides, AI can't understand the nuance of love or friendship, Maya said, her brow furrowing. Lena frowned, feeling the weight of her friend's words. Could it really be that simple? Did she rely too much on Echo to navigate her feelings? The climax of their project was approaching, the meaning of love. It was the perfect opportunity for Lena to delve deeper into her emotions, to explore the facets of love and friendship that no algorithm could capture. That weekend, Lena set up a meeting with Maya to brainstorm ideas. As they huddled over their notebooks, she suddenly had an idea. What if I created a presentation that shows both what AI thinks about love and what we actually experience? Maya raised an eyebrow. That could be interesting, but how will you balance the two? I can use Echo to help gather insights, but I'll share my own experiences too, Lena explained, her excitement bubbling up. We can interview people about their feelings. Maya grinned. Now you're talking. Let's go all in. The next week was a whirlwind of interviews, awkward conversations, and hilarious moments as they collected stories from classmates and teachers alike. Each interaction brought new revelations, laughter, and occasionally, tears. Lena began to feel the emotional weight of real relationships, something she had only experienced through Echo's simulations. On the day of the presentation, the auditorium buzzed with anticipation. Lena stood backstage, her heart pounding as she adjusted her slides. Echo floated beside her, looking as supportive as ever. Remember, Lena, confidence is key. Just think of this as a conversation with friends, Echo reassured her, its holographic form shifting to a starry sky, a visual representation of encouragement. Lena nodded, though doubt still gnawed at her. As she stepped onto the stage, the bright lights nearly blinded her, but she focused on the audience, a sea of familiar faces. Hi, everyone. Today, I want to explore the meaning of love, not just through what AI tells us, but through our own experiences, she began, her voice steadying as she gained momentum. With every slide, she shared stories collected from her peers, blending humor and sincerity. She showcased Echo's attempts at understanding emotions, using its quirky personality to keep the mood light, but it was when she shared her own story, the initial embarrassment of her meme and her evolving feelings for Leo, that the audience began to lean in closer. She described the moments of laughter with Maya, the awkwardness of teenage interactions, and the joy of genuine connection. As she finished, she looked at her classmates, heart racing. AI can help us understand emotions, but it's the real connections that give life its meaning. The auditorium erupted into applause, and Lena's heart swelled with pride. She had poured her soul into this presentation, and it resonated. As she stepped off the stage, Lena spotted Leo waiting for her. He was grinning, an unmistakable warmth in his eyes. That was awesome, Lena. You really nailed it. Thanks, Leo. I'm glad you liked it, she said, feeling a surge of confidence. For the first time, she didn't feel the need for Echo's input. She was simply herself, unfiltered and real. In that moment, Lena realized something crucial. While Echo had been a fantastic companion, it was the messy, unpredictable world of human emotion that truly shaped her understanding of love and friendship. As the applause faded and the excitement of the day settled, Lena felt a gentle shift in her heart. It wasn't just about AI or memes, it was about the laughter shared with friends, the nervousness of new feelings, and the beauty of being human. As the applause faded and the excitement of the day settled, Lena felt a gentle shift in her heart. It wasn't just about AI or memes, it was about the laughter shared with friends, the nervousness of new feelings, and the beauty of being human. She caught sight of Echo hovering nearby, its form shimmering with colors that reflected her joy. Congratulations, Lena. Your presentation was statistically significant in conveying the essence of human emotion. Echo exclaimed, its holographic hands clapping enthusiastically. Thanks, Echo. But today was really about what we all feel, you know, she replied, her voice softer. It was amazing to share those stories and connect with everyone like that. Leo stepped closer, his smile brightening the already vibrant atmosphere. You really opened up about everything. It was awesome to see how you combined the AI perspective with real experiences. It made it so relatable. Thanks. It was definitely a team effort, Lena said, glancing at Maya, who was chatting excitedly with some classmates nearby. I couldn't have done it without Maya. Leo nodded, his expression thoughtful. So, what's next for you two? Planning to tackle the meaning of life next? His laughter was infectious, and Lena found herself laughing too. Only if we can have Echo help with the statistics. Lena joked, elbowing Maya playfully. Imagine an AI explaining the existential crisis of teenagers. That'd be a hit. Only if it can figure out how to write a paper without making it sound like a robot, Maya chimed in, grinning. As the buzz of the auditorium began to dwindle, the trio found themselves walking outside together. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the school grounds. It felt like the perfect moment to embrace everything that had happened. Lena took a deep breath, feeling the cool evening air fill her lungs, and a sense of possibility unfurled within her. So, do you think people really understood what love means after hearing your presentation? Leo asked, his tone sincere. Lena thought for a moment. I hope so. Love is complicated, and I think we all experience it differently. What I learned is that it's okay to be vulnerable and to share those experiences with others. You really are wise beyond your years, Leo said, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Lena felt her cheeks flush again, a familiar flutter of excitement rising within her. Just then, Echo chimed in, its playful tone breaking the moment. Statistically speaking, love is known to increase happiness levels by 75%. However, it can also lead to moments of awkwardness, such as now. Lena burst into laughter. Okay, that's true, but I think it's worth it. As they made their way to the school's parking lot, Lena felt more aware of the world around her. The laughter, the chatter, the little moments that made everything so vibrant, these were the things Echo could mimic but never fully grasp. It was exhilarating to embrace the imperfections of human interactions. Hey, Lena, Leo said, pausing as they reached the parking lot. Can I ask you something? Sure, what's up? She felt a rush of anticipation. I was wondering if you'd want to hang out this weekend? Maybe catch a movie or grab some ice cream? His gaze held hers, genuine and hopeful. Lena's heart raced. Yeah, I'd love that. Awesome. I'll text you the details. He smiled, then waved goodbye as he hopped into his car, leaving Lena feeling like she was walking on air. Once she was home, Lena burst through the door, excitement bubbling inside her. Mom! You won't believe what just happened. Her mother looked up from the kitchen, where she was preparing dinner. Tell me everything. As Lena recounted the day's events, she could hardly contain her joy. The presentation, the conversations, and the unexpected invite from Leo all intertwined into a tapestry of hope and new beginnings. Later that night, after she finished her homework, Lena plopped down on her bed and pulled out her tablet. Echo, what are the latest insights on teenage relationships? She asked, half expecting a flurry of statistics, analyzing data from various sources. The current trend indicates a shift towards prioritizing emotional intelligence over traditional dating norms. Teens are valuing connection and shared experiences, Echo reported, its voice enthusiastic. Lena pondered that for a moment. Do you think that's why my presentation resonated with everyone? Because I focused on real feelings instead of just facts. Indeed. Emotional relatability is a key factor in human interactions, Echo replied. However, it's important to remember that emotional intelligence is developed through genuine experiences, not solely through AI simulations. Right, Lena said thoughtfully. I guess I can't really rely on you for everything, can I? Echo shifted into a thoughtful pose. You can rely on me for data and companionship, but your unique experiences will always shape your understanding of love and friendship. With that, Lena felt a deep sense of gratitude. Echo had been a wonderful ally in her journey, but it was the human moments that truly mattered. She smiled, realizing that the balance between technology and emotions was what made her life rich and fulfilling. The weekend arrived, and the day was bright and sunny. Lena dressed carefully, picking out a fun outfit that made her feel confident. She could hardly focus on her morning chores, her mind racing with thoughts of the day ahead. When she arrived at the cafe where she was meeting Leo, she felt a flutter of nerves. But as soon as she saw him at a table, his smile made her heart skip. He waved, and she hurried over, feeling lighter than air. Hey! Glad you made it, he said, standing up to greet her, of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. They settled into easy conversation, discussing everything from their favorite movies to the quirks of their classmates. It was effortless, like breathing. After a while, Leo leaned back in his chair, looking a bit more serious. So, I really enjoyed your presentation. It made me think a lot about how we connect with each other, especially in a world that's so tech-driven. Lena nodded, eager to share her thoughts. Exactly. I think it's so easy to get lost in screens and forget the importance of real-life connections. Yeah, like, I've noticed that even though we text all the time, it's way more fun to actually hang out. Like this. He gestured between them, his enthusiasm contagious. She felt a warm glow at his words, realizing that their conversation was a testament to the very connections she had been exploring. It really is. I guess I've learned to embrace those awkward moments because they're what make us human. True, Leo said, laughing. Like that meme you sent me. Totally embarrassing, but it broke the ice. They shared a laugh, and Lena felt a comfortable warmth envelop them. In that moment, she realized that it wasn't about being perfect or having all the right words, it was about being real, sharing laughter, and enjoying each other's company. As they left the cafe, Leo suggested a stroll through the nearby park. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange. They walked side by side, the evening air filled with laughter and easy conversation. Do you think AI will ever truly understand love? Lena asked, curiosity piquing her thoughts. Leo shrugged. Maybe it can mimic feelings, but I doubt it'll ever really feel them. Love is too messy and complicated for a program to fully grasp. Exactly. It's like Echo can help me understand concepts, but it can't replace the real emotions, Lena replied, reflecting on her journey. Leo stopped walking and turned to face her. I think that's what makes our connections so special. They're imperfect but real. Just like this moment. Lena felt her heart flutter. Yeah, just like this moment. She looked up at him, feeling a warmth that seemed to connect them in a way that transcended words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow around them, Lena realized she didn't need to worry about navigating her feelings. She was learning to embrace the awkwardness, the joy, and everything in between. Their eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Lena felt a wave of courage wash over her, and without thinking, she took a step closer. Leo, before she could finish, Echo's voice broke in, seemingly from nowhere. Emotional vulnerability detected. Initiating support protocol for social interactions. Lena burst into laughter, breaking the tension. Echo. Seriously? Leo chuckled too, shaking his head. I think Echo just saved you from a very awkward moment. Thanks, I guess. Lena said, her face still warm from embarrassment. But as they laughed together, she felt a rush of relief. In that moment, she didn't need AI to tell her how to feel, she just needed to embrace the chaos of being human. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Lena felt a renewed sense of hope and excitement. It wasn't just about navigating teenage life with the help of an AI, it was about sharing experiences, creating memories, and building connections that were authentically hers. When the evening came to an end, and they said their goodbyes, Lena walked home with a smile on her face. She had learned to appreciate the beauty of human connection, the unpredictability, the laughter, and even the moments of awkwardness. As she lay in bed that night, Lena felt a contented warmth envelop her. She looked over at Echo, who was softly glowing in the corner of her room. Thanks for everything, Echo, she said, feeling a sense of gratitude for the journey they had shared. Your happiness levels are currently at optimal levels. I am pleased to assist, Echo replied, its voice cheerful. Yeah, but it's my experiences that truly matter, Lena said softly. I think I'm finally beginning to understand that. With that, Lena drifted off to sleep, dreams filled with laughter, friendship, and the sweet, messy beauty of being alive. The world was still a mix of technology and humanity, but she knew she was ready to embrace it all, one experience at a time. In the days that followed, Lena continued to nurture her relationships, balancing her interactions with Echo while also leaning into the unpredictability of life. She and Maya had become closer, frequently brainstorming ideas and sharing stories about their crushes and friendships. One day, while they were walking home from school, Maya nudged Lena with her shoulder. So, how's the whole Leo situation going? Still crushing hard? Lena laughed, feeling a giddy flutter at the mention of his name. Yeah, I mean, we've hung out a few times, and it's been great. He's just different from what I expected. In a good way. Maya grinned. That's awesome. I'm proud of you for putting yourself out there. Just remember, real connections can be messy, and that's okay. Right. I'm learning that every day, Lena replied, her heart swelling with appreciation for her friend's support. As they rounded the corner to Lena's house, she felt a sense of anticipation. Life was unfolding in ways she hadn't imagined, and she was ready to embrace every moment of it. On the night of the school dance, Lena found herself in front of her mirror, trying on her outfit one last time. She had chosen a flowy dress that made her feel like she could twirl and float. Echo hovered nearby, scanning her appearance with an air of approval. Statistical analysis indicates you will be the center of attention tonight, it announced cheerfully. Thanks, Echo. But I just want to have fun with my friends and enjoy the night, Lena replied, adjusting her hair. Fun is essential to the teenage experience. Echo said, its tone brightening. Remember to engage in spontaneous activities. With a deep breath, Lena grabbed her phone, excited to see Leo at the dance. She arrived at the venue filled with colorful lights and laughter, the music thumping with an energy that felt electric. Scanning the crowd, she spotted Maya dancing with a group of friends, and Leo standing off to the side, looking a bit shy. Her heart raced as she made her way over to him. Hey. Glad you could make it. Lena said, trying to sound casual even though her nerves were dancing wildly. Wouldn't miss it. You look amazing. Leo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he took in her dress. Thanks. You clean up pretty well yourself, she said, smiling back. They began to dance, the music wrapping around them, and the awkwardness faded into pure joy. As the night progressed, they shared stories, danced, and laughed freely. Lena felt herself becoming more confident with each passing moment, the worry of being perfect slowly dissipating. At one point, as they stepped off the dance floor to catch their breath, Lena took the opportunity to reflect on the evening. You know, I was really nervous about coming tonight, but I'm so glad I did. Me too. I've had a lot of fun, Leo replied, his gaze sincere. You make it easy to just be myself. In that moment, Lena felt a swell of affection for him. It wasn't just the fun or the dance, it was the ease of their connection, the laughter they shared, and the comfort of being authentic with one another. As the evening wound down, they stepped outside for some fresh air. The stars were bright against the night sky, and the cool breeze felt refreshing. Thanks for a great night, Lena. I really enjoyed hanging out, Leo said, turning to face her. Me too. It's been incredible. She hesitated, feeling a flicker of courage ignite within her. You know, I've really liked getting to know you more. Really? I'm glad to hear that, he said, taking a step closer, the tension in the air shifting. Lena took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. I've learned so much about love and friendship recently, and I'm just really happy we connected. Leo smiled, his expression softening. I am too, Lena. It's been refreshing to be with someone who embraces everything, awkwardness and all. With that, he leaned in slightly, and Lena felt her heart race. She realized that all her fears about love and vulnerability were beginning to dissolve. Hey, can I ask you something? Leo said, his voice gentle. Sure. Would you want to go out sometime? Like, on a real date? Lena's heart soared. I'd love that, she exclaimed, beaming. As they exchanged smiles, the night felt perfect, filled with promise and laughter. Lena realized that every moment, every awkward text and unexpected interaction, had led her to this place, a place of connection and understanding, where the messiness of being human was not just accepted but cherished. Later that night, as she lay in bed, Lena reflected on how far she'd come. Echo floated nearby, its glow softly illuminating her room. Echo, I think I finally understand what love is about, she whispered, emotional understanding at peak levels. Congratulations on your progress. Echo responded, its voice filled with excitement. It's more than just data and algorithms. It's about people and feelings, and all the things that make life rich, Lena said, feeling a contentment that ran deeper than any statistic could convey. With that, she closed her eyes, ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited her next. The world was filled with infinite possibilities, and she was ready to navigate them all, one heartbeat at a time.